Good morning. Can you hear me?
Very good morning, sir.
Good morning, madam. This is Ravindranath Kaushik.
Sir, welcome you, sir.
Oh, thank you, madam. So, hope I am audible, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Very clear, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
నా బ్యాగ్ ఎత్తుకోరా
చెప్పాలంటే ఏ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ దానికంటే 2 పనులు అయినా అందరూ సాయంత్రం 3 కల్లా గంటలలో ఏ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వల్ల డిపార్ట్మెంట్ చెప్తారు. బాటిల్ వాళ్ళకి ఎంపీసీపీకి అవుతుంది. 2 రోజులు ల్యాబ్ చూసినట్టు ఫిజికల్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ముందు
పవర్ఫుల్ వచ్చినాడు సార్, పవర్ఫుల్ లీడర్ కూడా వచ్చినాడు. కాదు, పవర్ఫుల్ లీడర్ని పట్టుకొని వచ్చినాడు.
ఏం చెప్పాను లేదా జాయిన్ అవుతా నీ దాంట్లో అట్లా వచ్చినా అదేం వచ్చాను లేదు
Very good morning to one and all. I request all the participants, please mute. 5 minutes we will start the program.
అది ఇంకా రాదు
Thank you. Very good morning to all the distinguished dignitaries, my dear participants, and my dear students. The great aim of education is not only knowledge but action. Technology gives the quietest student a voice. Technology will never replace great teachers, but in the hands of great teachers, it is transformational. With the aim of this technology, now today we are conducting a national seminar on disruptive technologies, a road ahead for management education. It is my privilege to stand before you to extend a warm welcome to the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Yogi Vemana University, Kadapa, Srimati Professor Munagala Surya Kalavati Madam Garu. Madam will join later because of a very urgent meeting, and she is the chief guest of today's seminar. Renowned guest of honor, Professor K. Krishna Reddy Sir, Principal, YVU College, Yogi Vemana University, Kadapa. Distinguished Registrar, Professor D. Vijay Raghav Prasad Sir, Yogi Vemana University. Most respected another guest of honor of today's function, Professor T. Srinivas Sir, Vice Principal, Yogi Vemana University College and School of Commerce, Law and Management. And most honored and distinguished professor of today's guest of honor and keynote speaker of today's seminar, CMA N. Ravindranath Kaushik Garu, consultant for startups for Ravindranath Kaushik and Associates from Bangalore, and another respected professors and resource persons of the sessions, Dr. S.V. Raman Rao Sir, Director, Shivashivani Institute of Management, Secunderabad, and respected Professor Rajesh Jampala Sir, Dean, Academic Affairs and Administration, P.B. Siddhartha College of Arts and Administration, Vijayawada, and respected Sri M. Raghav Reddy Sir from Sri Sai College of IT and Management, Kadapa, and Professor D. Pradeep Kumar Sir, Madanapalli Institute of Technology and Science, Madanapalli, Most esteemed today's convener of the seminar, Dr. Y. Subbarayadu sir, Chairman BOS and CDC Dean of YVU, and respected Head of the Department of Dr. S.V. Subbarayadu sir and PRO of Yogi Vemana University, and other respected professors of Yogi Vemana University and other faculty members, faculty from other institutions and research scholars, my dear students, non-teaching faculty and IT and networking people and print and electronic media. Once again, a very good morning to one and all. A warm welcome to the one-day national seminar on disruptive technologies, the road ahead for management. It is being organized by the Department of Business Management, Yogi Vemana University. Once again, a warm welcome to all. Now our program will start with our invocation song. I request all please stand.
Vemana neeku vandanam, Vishwakavitattvika neeku vandanam, Sadulamma neeku vandanam, Bhavitadiddeti maatalli vandanam. Yogi Vemana Vishwavidyalayam neeku vandanam, Hrudayabhivandanam. Yogi Vemana neeku Vishwakavitattvika neeku vandanam. తన్ను తానిరిగిన తానే పో బ్రహ్మమని పరమాత్మ తత్వాన్ని మాకు విడమరచి బ్రహ్మమనగా వేరే పరదేశమున లేదు నీలోనే ఉండి చూడన్నావు తరచి అంధ విశ్వాసాలు అణగదు కుడటంచు గుణ దోషములు మాకు ఓర్పుతో నేర్పి వెలదిగరసనపై నాట్యమాడితివి అనిలంగ గుండెలు కొలువుదీరిన మౌని యోగి వేమన నీకు వందనం విశ్వవిఖ్యాత కవి నీకు వందనం యోగి వేమన నీకు వందనం విశ్వవిఖ్యాత కవి నీకు వందనం. రాజు బంటుల భేద భావాలు తగనివని సర్వ ప్రాణుల సమత చాటాడు అన్నమయ భూత భవిష్యత్ వర్తమానాల పోకడలు కాల తత్వాలుగా వెలయించే బ్రహ్మయ్య అన్న పెద్ద మక్కలెందరికో జన్మనిచ్చిన ధన్య జననియే కడప గడప గడపన విద్య కుసుమాలు పూయించ అడుగిడిన మా విశ్వవిద్యాలయం శిక్షణతో మాకు చదువులెన్నో నేర్పి కర్తవ్య దీక్షను ఆలోన మేల్కొలిపి జగందరికి దివ్య ఫలితాలు అందించ మానవత్వపు దారిలో మమ్ము నడిపించి ఆది భారత శిఖర కిరణమై వెలగమని మా లక్ష్య పదములు విజయాలు కూర్చి మనసున తీపి అమృతము కురిపింప తేనియలు మా నోట పులికిల్సు మా తల్లి.
Thank you all. Now I request Dr. Subrayadu sir to give a brief theme of the seminar.
Camera. The respected chief guest of today's seminar, Professor Munagala Surya Kalavati Garu, the Vice Chancellor of Vemana University. Respected Principal, Professor Krishna Reddy Garu, and Registrar, Professor Vijay Raghu Prasad Garu. Vice Principal, Professor T. Srinivas Garu. And Head of the Department, Dr. SVU Reddy Garu. The co-convener of this seminar, Dr. P. Sarita. The keynote speaker of today's program, Ravindranath Kaushik Garu. The first technical session chairs S.V. Ramana Rao Garu, Tivichivari Institute of Hyderabad, and Professor Rajesh Jampala Garu from Siddhartha College, Vijayawada. And my dear colleagues, Professor Dr. Gangaya Garu, and remaining faculty members, the students, the press and electronic media. So, good morning and a warm welcome all of you. Actually, I thought of conducting the seminar 2 years back in offline mode, but due to various reasons, so I couldn't do it. So today, so it could be possible for conducting the seminar through online. Of course, this is not the new topic, and I can say that it is not the old one also. And always this topic can be said as the burning issue. And all the faculty members, irrespective of the discipline, whether this is either the science or technology or the arts or the management studies. So for all the faculty members, it's a very burning issue, and all the faculty members have to have discussions and deliberations on this area. You know, the technological innovations and disruptions that are being taken place in the world at present. From the first industrial revolution dating back to around the 1760s to still today, there are a number of technological advancements, or technological upgradations, or technological innovations, or technological disruptions. Of course, out of all these industrial revolutions, the fourth industrial revolution can be said as one of the most important one, where number of technological upgradations have been taken place. Of course, the computer era was started in third industrial revolution, but in the fourth industrial revolution, there were a number of inventions in the field of technology. The buzzwords what we are saying at present, like the artificial intelligence, or Internet of Things, blockchain technology, machine learning, cloud computing. All these are have become the buzzwords of today. Just all this happened in the fourth industrial revolution. All this is because of the explosion of internet sparked in the industry 4.0. So 4.0 is nothing but is the fourth industrial revolution. No doubt, the internet has allowed the technology to flourish in this way. We know that we are entering into the society of robots, where humans are being replaced with the humans are being replaced with the robots. Of course, the disruptive technologies in all the fields of manufacturing, service sector, education sector, and almost all the fields that we can find these technological disruptions. So in the education sector, sir, here we have to, of course, maybe number of disruptions may have taken place in the manufacturing or service sector. But the question is, and the point of discussion is the education sector. So we are also, and we don't have no exception to these technological disruptions. We do have to think about these technological disruptions because the technology is also entered in the field of education. Just because of these technological innovations that are being taken place in the present day world, the education system is completely changed, or is we can say that is changing, and it has taken a new shape or a new form. The virtual universities are going to come in the place of the traditional or conventional university. Students can get the education from anywhere, anytime. So anywhere, anytime, and any mode education system has entered into the field of the education sector. Now, no need to go to get degrees to the Harvard universities or MITs or the world famous universities. Just by sitting on our chair in our hometown, we can get the degrees, or we can know the we can get the education, and we can get the certificates from different institutions and from different professors and different universities from all over the world. So that is the system of education that we are seeing at present. So we can get the degrees from world famous universities just by from our own town. And you can get education from the world famous teachers just by staying in our own chair. So what I want to say is the technology is breaking the boundaries to the countries. So at present, there are no boundaries just because of this technology. Right. In the education field, there are a number of inventions. So competency-based education system enter into the field of universities, and the usage of virtual realities, augmented realities, and artificial intelligence is becoming the part of the education. So just because of this virtuality only, now we are able to conduct the seminar in this online mode. So here, number of people are joining from staying in different places. Here, no need to gather the people at one place to conduct the seminar or to conduct any kind of meeting. Just because of this technology only, we are able to conduct the seminar by inviting the people from different parts of the country and even from the different parts of the world also. So that is the tendency that we are seeing at present. And particularly in the education system, the credits are becoming currencies. Of course, many of the teachers might have known this. Credits, so in the new education policy, you might have heard this word, the credits, right? The credits are becoming the currencies. National academic credit banks entered into the field of education at the universities. National academic credits means, so you will be given the degrees by counting the number of credits that you attain, not the course. Say for example, if you enter into a degree for, say for example, BCom, so for BCom, if there are 40 credits for the BCom, in the first year, you can enter the BCom. In the second year, you can take some other course. And in the third year, if you don't interest that one, so you can enter into some other course. So like that, based on the number of credits that you attain from that 3-year degree, you will be given the degree. Right. So here, so education is completely at the choice of the student. Whatever the degree that he wants, the student can get the degree. So based on the credits that he attain or taken in that field of degree. Right. So that is the system that present we are seeing. So in this world of this technology, so here almost the future of the completely uncertain. We don't know how many of us will survive in the field of robotic education. Of course, robots may take the class in the near future. Robots may enter into the the classroom itself. Instead, in the place of the human beings, in the place of the teachers, the robots may take the classes. So that also may happen in the near future. So the teachers will be replaced by the robots. The education from the teachers will be replaced by the robots. So the future of teacher definitely is completely uncertain. So if we don't adapt the changing technologies or innovations that are being taken at present, definitely, so many of the teachers may lose their future, they may lose their entity also. So at this juncture, so as a teachers, all of us have to think about this system of education. So what kind of re-engineering or what kind of redesigning that should be given to the present education just for our survival and for the maintaining of the physical system of the education, right? So just because of this reason, just I wanted to mobilize the number of teachers from around the country just to have some discussions and deliberations for redesigning the system of education and with the technological disruptions, right? So with this, I conclude my remarks of this regarding this seminar, and now I request Professor T. Srinivas sir to carry the remaining activities of this function, this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good morning, one and all. As a president of a one-day national seminar on disruptive technologies, road ahead for management education, now I take the privilege to thank our organizers for giving me this opportunity. And the topic, as he has mentioned, our convener, Dr. Y. Subraidu mentioned, this is not a new topic, and at the same time, it is the need of the hour to discuss or to deliberate on these issues. And of course, in next 10 years also, we are going to discuss about these issues very seriously, without break also. It is the need of the hour. Anyhow, the respected Vice Chancellor Madam, Professor M. Surikalavati Garu, and our beloved Registrar and my good friend as a guest of honor, Professor D. Raghav Prasad, and our Principal Garu, Professor K. Krishna Reddy Garu, and of course my colleagues, Dr. P. Sarita, Dr. Y. Subraidu, and Dr. S.V. Subbareddy, and all other colleagues. And most importantly, our guest of honor and keynote speaker of today's national seminar, that is the N. Ravindranath Kaushik Garu, and another good friend of mine, Dr. S.V. Raman Rao, who is working as director for Shivashivani Institute of Management, Hyderabad, and Dr. Rajesh Jampala from PB Siddhartha College, Vijayawada, and Dr. Pradeep from MITS, Madanapalli, and Dr. Raghav Reddy from our local college. And thank you very much for accepting our invitation for deliberate on this very key issue of disruptive technologies. In continuation to my speech, as a opening remarks, of course, it is not closing remarks. As a opening remarks, I don't want to comment very in depth because I reserve my comments as for closing remarks. The world is currently experiencing exponential pace of change, and it is disrupting every industry across the globe. This change is different from the past in terms of velocity, scope, and impact. It is a digital revolution characterized by a fusion of technology that is impacting every aspect of how we work and how we live and creating threats and opportunities. No doubt, opportunities are there, threats are there. Automation, digital platforms, and other innovations are changing the fundamental nature of work, and disruptive changes that emanate from new industrial revolution will have a profound impact on employment landscape, business models, and perhaps more importantly, on business education. In future, to my knowledge, talent more than capital will be the critical factor in business world. According to the World Economic Forum, this will have four major impacts on business, particularly in terms of customer expectations, product enhancement, collaborative innovation, and organizational forms. There will be a lot of change in these issues. The new knowledge environment requires team effort. Of course, from last 2 decades, we are talking about team effort, particularly in India also. We are giving a lot of importance for teamwork, but across the current narrow silo-based knowledge production, it will require specialists from across the cognate fields of knowledge to work together as teams or networks to understand the complexities of life. With this brief note, I would like to remain myself aside because all the celebrities should have to talk on these issues. At the end, I would like to conclude on these issues. Now I request Dr. S. Venkata Reddy, Head of the Department of Business Management and PRO of our Yogi Vemana University, Kadapa, to deliver, to talk about our department. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor M. Surekalavati Garu, respected Registrar, D. Vijayarao Prasad Garu, Principal of our college, Professor Krishna Reddy Garu, President of this seminar, Professor T. Srinivas Garu, and today's keynote speaker, Sri N. Ravindranath Kaushik Garu, seminar convener, Dr. Y. Subbarayed Garu, co-convener, Sarita Garu, and other dignitaries, my dear colleagues, participants, and the students, good morning to one and all. So it's my immense pleasure to say a few words about the department. So the Department of MBA was started in the year 2003. Later, it was regular in 2009 with 2 streams of MBA and MBA HRM. The course is designed to sensitize and appreciate the role and responsibilities of a manager in a fast changing business environment, both at a national and international level. The program basically aims at the developing a sound theoretical and theoretical base in various concepts and theories to enable the students to develop a broad perspective in the area of management. So the curriculum that is followed has a balanced blend of practicals and theory. So the department is involved in a applied and innovative research in collaboration with the other premier institutions with a multidisciplinary approach such that the budding managers are equipped with the advanced technical skills and knowledge that the budding managers are knowledge, sorry. And the faculty has made qualitative research based contributions in various aspects of business management. For the last 1.5 decade, the department has been conducted number of series of events like seminars, workshops, management events, etc., etc. So, for the strengthening of the department. So, in this way, the department today the department is conducting such a wonderful seminar for the well-being of the society, students, and participants. So I thank to each and everyone for giving this opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Subbareddy, for giving a beautiful note about our department and our activities that are being done in the department. And no doubt we are doing, our department is working with a motto of bringing professional managers and giving them to the society. And I now request Professor K. Krishnareddy Garu, who is principal of our YVU college, to give his remarks on this auspicious occasion. Dr. Krishnareddy Garu.
Online attend aitanu.
Yeah. Okay. He will join later because he is in another meeting. I think just please wait for a few moments.
Yes.
విచ్చం నిన్ను పిలిచినామండి క్లింక్ ఓపెన్ చేసుకో.
Reddy Garu.
Okay. Today is one of the great day in Yogi Vemana University. We feel very proud that the Department of Business Management is able to take a good initiative to have a one-day national virtual seminar on disruptive technologies, road ahead for management education. For this, I am very much appreciate Dr. Subbarayadu, convener of the one-day national seminar, and co-convener Dr. P. Sarita. We are very much indebted to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Munagal Surya Madam, and also our respected Registrar, Professor D. Vijayarao Prasad, and Head of the Department of Business Management, Dr. S. Venkat Subbareddy, and the Dean, Faculty of Commerce, Law and Management, Professor Srinivas, and today's guest of honor, one more guest of honor, and the keynote speaker from the outside of our university, Sri CMAN Ravinath Kaushik Garu, consultant for startups from Bangalore. Really is one of the burning issues we have the across the globe, for not only for the management but also for other allied subjects and also for the arts. It is already many of us envisaged and the fruits of the disruptive technologies in the other disciplines also. So many MNCs are there. For one example, exclusively for this seminar, there are many multinational companies are there. To have a startup business, a middle scale or a smaller scale business, we need to take a chance earlier days. Now, the advent of disruptive technologies, we can check the model and we can look for the yearly annual budgets, and we can look for the longevity also through the available disruptive technologies as mentioned by Professor Srinivas, Dr. Subbarayadu elaborately. They have said that among those technologies, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and also block carbon technologies, which are main source of our inspiration. So among them, in IoT, Internet of Things, is one of the major advent for us. Without spending money for a smaller scale industries, we can use these disruptive technologies and look for the entrepreneurs, and we can become from small scale or medium scale, we can go to the MNC, multinational companies also. So this is the advantage. Really, this seminar will throw light through the eminent scholars and also our own faculty. This will bring to our students whom are here, whom are participating in this one-day national webinar. They will be richly benefited through these disruptive technologies. Really, I had a very good opinion and also strong feeling on the Department of Business Management in compare with the good old universities business management faculties also. This is one of the institution where we have the vibrant faculties and also full strength we have. So with these, our students will be richly benefited, and also whom are in the online, they are going to be benefited through this workshop. So I will be very much thankful to the organizers of this workshop who gave me the opportunity to say a few words on this one-day national seminar on disruptive technology road ahead for management education. So I hope this series of webinars will be continued, or the physical seminars may be continued through this department, and this department will bring to the laurels to the Yogi Vemana University in coming days ahead in near future also. I wish this thank you one and all.
Thank you, Krishna Reddy garu. I know how much busy you are, and you are engaged in 4-5 activities, and but you have given much time to us, and we should thank you for doing this from other than this platform. And though internet is not supporting you, how much pressure you have taken, I can understand. Thank you, Krishna Reddy garu, for giving us a brief remarks about our department, and good remarks about our department. Thank you very much. I now request our Honorable Registrar, Professor D. Vijayaraghav Prasad garu, to give his message.
Good morning, all of you, all the participants. Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, respected Principal Krishna Reddy garu, convener and co-convener. Today's convener of today's one-day national seminar, Dr. Subbarayadu garu, and co-convener P. Sarita, Head of the Department Management, Reddy garu, Vice Principal and Dean of the Department, S. Srinivas garu, and also is presiding today's seminar. What a good topic for today's discussion. The word disruptive is very elusive to me, because disruption on one hand has a very opposite meaning, as we all understand, because it disrupts the ongoing process. And while we think of disruptive technology, it is the edge-cutting technology, whatever is the latest technologies in vogue, all we put together, we call as disruptive technologies. So the question is, how do we embrace this technology is the question. We don't want to stand on Western countries' pedestal and think of these disruptive technologies on one hand, because emulating them may be productive or counterproductive. That is one thing we seriously need to debate, because many a times, the NEP on one hand, a lot of people think whether India is prepared at this point of time to liberalize this, many times going in and out of this course at one point of time and having a credit bank. There are many things, because this disruptive technologies is only facilitate such liberty and, flexibility perhaps. Therefore, these disruptive technologies, at least because the seminar happens to be specifically for the management education, personally, I feel that would be a very beautiful setting, as the convener has led a very beautiful platform by giving wonderful remarks. So do this co-convener, head Chodi, and the president. They have opened gates for a very good discussion. While for sciences and other technology courses, these kind of online courses and these things may not be very, they may not really bring the students to understand the technology on hands. While a management kind of education would facilitate a lot of people to go sit on one platform. Otherwise, going to a different place and offering this kind, getting hold of very eminent people would be very difficult. But this kind of technology would certainly facilitate such a process. Therefore, I think a lot of deliberations need to be required, and it's an evolutionary process. So time to time, we need to discuss and position ourselves as to how we adopt to this kind of disruptive technologies. I think I'll stop at this point, because there are a lot of good people who perhaps make more sense as they speak on. Thank you very much. I really congratulate the department for coming together and putting up a very good show here. Thank you very much. Have a very pleasant day.
Thank you, Registrar Garu. You have mentioned that business education needs to transform itself. And in a sense, we need a paradigm shift in the business education, no doubt about it. Whether we take production management or operations research or statistical tools, there is every need of having a paradigm shift in the knowledge sharing with the students, and we are working for it. Thank you very much. And it is the time to listen to the keynote speaker, Sri N. Ravindranath Kaushik Garu, and I request Dr. P. Sarita, co-convener of this seminar, to introduce Ravindra Kaushik Garu to the audience.
Once again, a very good afternoon to one and all. It is my privilege and happy to share about a brief introduction about Ravindranath Kaushik Garu. Sir is a consultant to startups by helping them in mentoring and fundraising. He is a fellow member of the Cost Accounts of India. He got MPhil and PG in economics and taxation. He got Bachelor of Law from Karnataka State University. He was certified in international taxation from IIIT WTO Studies and certified in export and import management from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. Sir has different work experience such as independent consultant since 12 years in the area of direct taxes, GST, internal audit and project management and consulting. He is excellent in preparation of detailed project reports for new and expansion of business and financial support. Sir has addressed in more than 50 programs on the topic how to prepare bankable project reports in various industrial association bodies like AWEC, LAB, TechSoc, MSME, DIC, CEDOK, and EDP programs for various institutions. Sir has attended different roles as a secretary for LUB Karnataka, chairman for Bangalore chapter of the Institute of Cost Accounts of India, resource person for various national and international workshops, seminars, and FDPs. Sir has delivered more than 200 talks through offline and more than 60 talks through online FDPs and workshops. And Sir achieved as a great award Sadak Lifetime Achievement Award in 2018 and 19. He participated in debates and delivered live phone programs in national Doordarshan and private TV channels. With this short profile, I welcome Indranath Kaushik Garu to give a keynote speech on this occasion, sir. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. It's my great honor to be here today, addressing on a virtual mode the university, which is almost situated 270 kilometers from Bangalore. So I thank for giving me an opportunity to be part of one day national virtual seminar organized by Yogi, Vemana University, Kadapa. So I take my honor and pleasure to thank Professor Munamangala Surya Kalavati, the Vice Chancellor of Yogi Vemana University, and Krishna Reddy Garu, who is the principal of the college, and also Professor Vijaya Raghava Prasad, who is the registrar of the college, and Professor T. Srinivas, who is the vice principal of YVU College, and Venkata Subba Reddy, the head and associate professor of Department of Business Management, and also, of course, Y. Subba Rayudu, who is the convener of today's national program, and also Madam Sarita, Dr. Sarita, who is the co-convener of this program. So I take this opportunity to thank you all for organizing such a wonderful program in this era of changes which are taking place in the business world. Yeah, something you wanted to say?
No, sir. Please continue. Please.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Regarding the topic, I think this is an old topic. Actually, this research on this particular topic was carried out some 20 years back. And as Subba Reddy Garu rightly pointed out in his remarks, that the concept of the technology innovation and also the disruption, what it is causing in the current world, the visibility of this can be seen only after this COVID or the pandemic came into and started disrupting the entire education system. So I think most of us who are there in this particular program never used to use Zoom or WebEx or Cisco or Microsoft Teams or any other software before March 2020. Most of us might not have used this technology except for few. Or we used to use it in very what do you call it? It was not on a regular basis. Sometimes we used to interact with that in the FDP program and all those things. But since March 2020, when the disruption was caused because of the pandemic, the entire world, the way the world is looking towards the education sector has totally gone for a transformation. So today we see that without the existing of technology interface, it's highly difficult for any organization or any institutions to survive. That's one of the biggest changes or biggest learning what we have learned from the pandemic. So that has created a huge atmosphere and also the challenges for us in order to face the technology and how to imbibe those technology in our day-to-day learning. So I remember the days prior to 2020, before this Y2K issue came up. The banks were, there was a compulsion on the banks to go for computerization. At that point of time, we saw that many of the senior people in the banks were not for that computerization. So there was a golden handshake scheme which was introduced at that point of time. And we saw that most of the people started taking that opportunity to quit the banks under that particular scheme, just because they were not adaptive to the technology changes. They did not want to learn the technology. But today, that is not the case. Today, if you don't learn technology, or if you're not in that competition of technological growth or competition, then you are out of the race. So whether it is a kid who are studying in the first standard, or whether it is a professor who is doing some research, anything like that. So anyone, technology has no limitation. It penetrates to each one of us today, and it's must and should that each one of us should know the basic technology and some part of related technologies, which is very important for our day-to-day life. So technology has created a wide revolution, especially in the industry 5.0, as the registered sir was rightly pointing out. So the if you see the industrial revolution stages of changes which has taken place, the last two industrial revolution, that is industry 4.0 and industry 5.0, right, that remained for a very shorter duration. That's a very important challenges which we need to notice, because the industry 1, 2, 3, it took its own time to get it upgraded to the next level of revolution. But industry 4 and industry 5, right, industry 5.0 revolution, right, it took a very short duration. Before you were convergent with what is there in industry 4.0, industry 5.0 took over industry 4.0. So going forward after this 5G revolution and all those things, we can still see the revolution of the augmented intelligence and all those things which will be coming out in the near future, which definitely will have a total impact on the entire system of how we study, or how we do our work, or how the business flourishes in satisfying the customer needs and requirements and all those things. So as in the opening remarks, it was told that the robots will be coming into schools, and in near future, I just want to say one thing. In Bangalore, in 2019 itself, one of the school has already introduced humanized robot to teach in school. So this is not something which has come out after 2020. In 2019 itself, they have tried this in a Bangalore school, and the Bangalore school has now have that particular technology where the robots are teaching the students in some of the areas of where the human beings are less expertise to teach in that areas. So I think that's the era under which we are living. So even though the penetration of technology is taking little bit slow time in India, but if you go back and see the global changes which are taking place in Middle East, or the European countries, or the US, the changes are very fast. So we are not still able to catch that race, because we have our own constraints here. So we are a country with 143 crore population, and most of the population is not still familiar with internet. So there are still areas are not connected with the internet, and all those things are there. We have our own challenges within our geographical boundaries. So that is taking a little bit of time to get adjusted to the global changes which are taking place. But even though we are slow in race, but most of the companies for which we are the people who are contributing, our engineers are contributing, as the statistics shows, who are heading Twitter, who is heading Microsoft, and who is heading all those big companies, right? If you see, majority of the people who are working in Google and all these companies are Indians. So we are somehow contributing towards in the indirect way to that companies, but back in India, we are still struggling back to bring the technology into that pace. But I think in the last 5 to 6 years of digital transformation, what we have seen, and how this transformation of things have changed because of Internet of Things, or because of the smart city projects and all those things. Definitely within a short span of time, India will be emerging as one of the global hub for digital technology. So that's one thing which we should not forget. Coming back to the word disruptive, as opening remarks, they clearly told disruptive is something which is really scary. Whenever the industry hears the word disruptive, right, they always try to see that they somehow want to be not in the race of disruption. They want to somehow avoid the disruption concept in their business model. But over a period of time, they get used to and they become adaptive to the disruptive technology. even though disruptive is something is viewed as a negative point, but for education thing, I think disruptive is a very much positive point, because today learning things has become a very important concept. So by this type of technology intervention, we can see all students can learn. Earlier, there were some restrictions, like those people who had only affordable class of life, right? Only those people used to get admission in colleges, or they used to go to a very reputed schools and they used to learn there. So learning was restricted only to certain categories of people, but the other categories of the people who used to go to some other schools, I don't want to name what are the schools and all those things. I think most of you are familiar with those things. When they want to go to that school, they used to lack the basic infrastructure facilities in such schools. But they were forced to learn because they did not have any other alternatives. They could not get admitted in the schools or colleges of repute in nature because of their social class or because of their monetary backups, which are not supporting such type of education and all those things. So, but today that is not the case. Today, all students can learn, irrespective of whether you studied in a regional language or whether you studied in rural area, whether you studied in tribal areas. It doesn't matter today. So learning is something which is offered to everyone across the globe, and anyone sitting in any remote place can hook into the websites and do the online course, certification course. As in the open remarks, it was clearly told that MIT and all these people are eagerly waiting to enter Indian markets with certification course and all those things. So today, geography is not the wall today, which separates learning from one country with the other country. Today, it's a liberalized world where we see that the education system is moving across the globe, and the system of learning and the advancement in the teaching methodologies, everything has cope up with the changes which are taking place. So today it's all student can learn. There is nothing called some people will be exempted, some people will not be affordable and all those things. And second thing, what I wanted to highlight in today's deliberation is we used to have a concept called as just in time when we were studying the costing subject in our finance. So there was a concept called as just in time. Just in time was applicable to zero inventory mechanism, where the cost used to come down and the productivity used to increase, and also that's how the price used to come down. But today, just in time is also something which is very much apt and applicable in the era of disruptive technology, wherein the penetration of the technology is such fast that everything happens in a very fraction of second, and that needs to be absorbed by us. And that level of capacity and thinking power and the creativity should be there. That is called as agility skill. So that agility skill is very much required in today's students, and also with the faculties who should be equipped with all this knowledge in order to educate the students also. So just in time is something which is not applicable now only in manufacturing sector, which was the concept earlier, but just in time is also very important in today's technology world, where especially in the education system, where we need to upgrade ourselves and to do a noble cause of empowering the students with the right education. And today we also have something called as just for you. So that means, as sir rightly pointed out, there is something called as a la carte, which is there today. That means if you go to a hotel or a big restaurant, you see that the waiter will come up with a big book in his hand, and he just displays that book in front of you and asks you to choose the menu which you want to have for the particular meal or particular dinner or whatever it is. So such is the type of education today. So student will decide what to read. It's not the imposition of education which was there earlier. So earlier education system was like imposing something. You used to decide what are the 5 subjects the student should decide, and whether that 5 subjects were relevant or irrelevant, whether it was updated or not updated, whatever it is, whether it is required for employability or not. That was not the consideration earlier. But they used to give some subjects. Yes, that subjects used to be taught, and we used to forcefully write that in our exams. We used to pass, we used to get the certificate. And after getting the certificate, when we entered the job market in search of job, we used to find astonished to see that the interviewer may not consider those experience itself. The teaching, whatever the subjects we have studied, he never asked the questions on that. He asked something else different from what we had studied. So many of us have experienced such type of attitudes when we go to the industry, especially during our campus selections and all those things. So why that happened? Because education at that point of time was decided by some university curriculum, and we were forced to learn that subjects, even though that subjects doesn't had any importance or significance in our career growth. But today that is not the case. Today students have been given that menu book. So you should decide which is the subjects you are interested with, which are the subjects which are really helpful for your career growth and development. So students needs to select that. Even one student selects one subject, it is the responsibility of the universities or the institution to provide necessary assistance to that student to learn that subject. So today that is become a very important tool. So that is called as just for you. Just for you means just in time and just for you. These are the two important words which are buzzing around. Just for you means everyone can decide what they want to study. Everyone needs to say what they are interested with. So your capabilities, your skill sets, your way of thinking will be honored today. It's not that someone imposes something on you to learn only such subjects. Even though you're not interested, you're forced to learn that subject. That concept is getting vanished now. So that's a very important changes or transformation which has taken place in the today's augmented world. And today it's more of applying knowledge. So you need to apply knowledge. So gaining knowledge is something different. Applying knowledge is something different. Today, most of the curriculum, most of the syllabus, or most of the expectation what the universities have set is something towards acquiring the knowledge, applying the knowledge. So you need to apply your knowledge. You need to understand things. You need to interpret the things in your own way and try to find solutions for those things. That's called as architect solutions. So architect solutions are something which they are expecting in a student today. And even if you go for an interview like Google and all those places, right, the first thing they say is don't bring your credentials. We don't want to see your marks cards and all. So instead of that, you come and appear for the test. So we are least bothered about what is your graduation score, how much percentage you scored, or what is that subject you have studied, all those things. We are not least bothered about that. Only thing is come and attend the interviews without your resume. We are ready to provide you job if provided you satisfy our needs and requirements. Because today 14% of the Google employees are not those people who have not gone for basic graduation at all. They have not gone to any colleges, but they have got a very commendable job with a high price paid job at Google. So that's how things work today. Even we can see in Ernst and Young, KPMG, and all these companies adopting the same thing when it comes to the question of hiring people are concerned. So applying knowledge has become very important. Creative thinking, creativity, innovative way of finding solution to the problem. These are the things which are very much important in today's competitive world. So the formal way of getting mass card, gold medal, scoring numbers, all those things have gone. So that doesn't find any importance when it comes to the question of identifying the right person for the right job today. So that is one thing. So all the universities also. So today the universities are getting well equipped. Today they have become a part of something called as knowledge server. We can call it as knowledge servers. So this word server is used in computer because computer in server is a place, it's a brain where the every activities, whatever you do in the computers are stored for future retrieval. So that's the objective of having a server. So server monitors, controls, and also transforms and translates. So these are the things what the server does. So even the universities have become a servers today, and they have become assets today. So whatever the data they are maintaining right in the universities, that has become a asset today. So university assets we can call it as, because they are in the process of creating new and new assets for the future generation students who can bank upon the universities to get themselves upgraded and updated with the knowledge which is required for the future growth. So that's one thing. So now teachers have become just not the teachers. So the concept of teacher, what we used to see when we were in college, is something different. So teachers are now becoming learnings. So teaching to learning is something, that transformation which has taken place. So teaching is more of what you have in mind, you are communicating to the students in the form, in the pattern, or in the structure as it has been told to you. That is called as teaching. But learning is not teaching. It's more advanced way of how you critically think a subject and how you answer that subject and how you find deliberation on research. You do some research on that particular subject and try to find solutions. So that is, teaching has become now learning. So we are moving towards from the era of teaching to the era of learnings today. So that's a very big change which has taken place in the recent years, and that's how the technology is grooming up all these things in the coming days. So teachers is now designers. We can call teachers as designers. They are consultants and they are coach. So these are the three important attributes which are there in teachers in the coming years or in today's world itself. So they will be designers. So they will be designing your capabilities, skill sets, and all those things. And they will be acting as a consultants for the students in helping them or grooming up them into the next level. And also they will be like coach. They'll stand, they will be with you, and they will be guiding you over a period of time. So this is what the real system of how the education will be moving in the coming years. So I just had one quote which I saw in one of the leading management consultants article. So it said that what students do during college counts more in terms of desired outcome than who they are or even where they go to college. So today, which college you are studying or who you are. So what is your name, which college, or what is your background, that is not important. The thing is, what you are learning is becoming very important. So yesterday I had a phone call with one of a person who wanted to invite me to his college to deliberate on one topic. So I was just speaking to him. I was surprised to see that they have opened a course for BCom students with a specialization in data analytics. BCom plus data analytics. That is the specialization subject what they are offering. So you get a subject now, BCom, you can do BCom along with it data analytics. So that means to say, when we were students, we used to see that technology or programming or developing a software was only the field which was restricted or which was only applicable for those students who have studied science. So normally the students who used to have a BSc or MCA or BCA or engineering, BTech or MTech, only those people were learning this coding, programming, and all those things. So it was not a cup of tea for a commerce or an art student or any other students like fine arts or something like that. But today that is not the case. So even if you are a commerce student, if you are an art student, if you are a dramatic students or drama or literature student, whatever you are, you need to learn coding. You need to know technology. You need to be part of the revolution. So it has become such a vital thing for our survival today that at least we also should have some knowledge about coding, programming, and all those things. So even though we have some knowledge about front end, working on the front end, but today the most of the desirable or creative things comes only when we start coding or doing program from the back end side. So that is a concept which has changed the today's mindset. So technology is not for any what you call any science students or any technology students or anyone who are pursuing technology as their career. It is for everyone, be a commerce student, be an art student, be a dramatic student, literature student, whatever you are. So you need to imbibe the technology, you need to adopt the technology, you need to live with the technology today. So technology is something which is revolutionized the entire system. So that's the one key point. Even last month I did one course on machine learning and all those things. Even though that is not a subject of my practice, but I feel that it's important for me when it comes to the analytics part in order to find my customers and my clients and all those things. I need to know something about data. I need to capture some data. I need to work on the data. I need to analyze the data and find how my customer reacts or how my customer behaves in various situations in order for me to help and see where I can help the customers in planning their program and activities. So even I attended the course and learned something called as Python, Anaconda, and all those things in a data analytics program for 1 week. So it's nothing that we have come to an end or we have reached the saturation level in learning the technology. So it is something which is eternal. We need to keep on going. We need to keep on learning things. We need to keep on getting advancement in our studies and whatever the way of life you want to choose. So traditional teaching is losing its significance and learning is getting more and more important. That's what I wanted to highlight upon. And virtual and augmented reality has become one of the significant thing which will be adopted in today's world. So sitting anywhere, because today internet connectivity is available in almost all the states and districts of India. So if we can adopt those technology and if we can sit at some remote place and use augmented reality and start learning things. So the connectivity is not a problem. Connectivity is not an issue. Reaching to the global context is not a challenge today. So anyone sitting in any rural part of India, any corner part of India, without any universities, without any colleges, still they can pursue education, still they can learn new things, innovative things, and become creative. So that's one of the things. Then skilling is very important. Skilling and upskilling and reskilling are some things which are every time which has been taught of. So for faculties, I think we need to do a lot of homework, especially because the role of faculties are now becoming more of mentoring and facilitating role. So it is the role of the faculties. Faculties should see where they need to identify the strengths and weaknesses of the students and try to become the mentors in order to see that they take care of the exact skill sets what the student pursue and accordingly guide them to the next level of their growth and sustainability. That's very important. So teachers will be becoming mentors and facilitators. They need to play a major role like that instead of becoming a formal traditional teachers type of attitude where coming to class for 2 hours with the notes and dictating notes or teaching that subject to the student by putting some presentation and all those things. We need to be closely working with the students. We need to closely interact with the students, mentor them to the next stage, and also see that we facilitate them at each stage so that their agility skills are broomed up in order to become a rationalized person in their activities, whatever they want to choose for. Then self-directed learning has become a very important thing, that is assignment based. So most of the things happens today on assignment base. So in the NEP also, they have given more importance to assignment rather than on the theoretical part. Practical plays a very important role. This is what exactly the IITs and IIMs do. So this is something which now we are transforming those type of teaching even out to our regular universities, where assignment based teaching should be given more importance and should be given more thrust upon by using the technology. So technology is there today in everything. You have it on mobile, you have it on laptop, you have it on palm tops, you have it on desktops, everywhere. Technology is easily accessible in all forms. So only thing is the attitude needs to be changed. The future needs to be upgraded with the students, and we need to tell them what is the role they need to play in future. So the concept of pedagogy, which was there in our earlier form of teaching system, is now slowly getting erased from the system. We have something called as utagogy. Utagogy is a thing which is self-determined learning, that is, which is more of student-centric. So we don't have the concept of now the pedagogy system of teaching in any big universities. So we have something called as andragogy also. Andragogy is more of adult learning. So how do you treat an adult? Because now we need to differentiate between the school students and the grown-ups, because the way the things gets interpreted and the way the things gets advanced in the minds of people, the thought process, the flow of thoughts, all those things are different in today's competitive world. So whether we are matching with those concepts, whether we are looking our education futuristic, that become very important. So this andragogy, which is the replacement for pedagogy system in the adult education, right? That needs to be given more importance and more visibility. And that can be done only if the faculties are trained and faculties are made to understand what the concepts are all about. So today we have something called as flipped learning also. So flipped learning is more of student centric. That means give the assignment to the student, ask the students to come back with his opinion, and let him make the presentation and let him come back with the solutions for problems. So that's how IIM does. IIM gives a problem and they ask the students to come back with the solutions with their own way. So whether we are imbibing those things in our students, if we are not doing, we need to do it. But of course, there are a lot of challenges which are there. One of the biggest challenges which is there in our country is equipping faculties with skill sets. So I think government has taken a lot of initiative in order to equip students, equip the faculties. I think that is the foremost thing which needs to be done. So irrespective of some of the major districts, colleges and all those things, still we have a lot of colleges in rural area where still they face a lot of infrastructure related issues, getting the advanced computers or getting the advanced training mechanism or installing the advanced softwares in their teaching mechanism and all those things. Still, we find some hardship because of a lot of challenges which are there still in the rural areas of some parts of India. So I think that needs to be addressed on the topmost priority. I think the current year budget 2023 also gave a roadmap when they tried to announce that they are spending more than 11% addition to what they spent on the last year budget on education. And also today we see the importance of budget wherein the education budget is almost around 3.6% of our GDP. So we are seeing the changes. Government is also coming with a lot of initiatives in order to promote education, especially the technical education into the next level. So there are challenges which needs to be addressed, and that challenges are somehow taken care of the government when they told that when they brought out that new education policy. I think since most of you are already aware of NEP, since most of them are from academic background, so new education policy has just transformed the education system at the right point of time. So the pandemic has come in as a blessing in disguise, we can call, even though there were a lot of hardship which we faced, many lives were lost. But whenever the change happens, right, a lot of destruction also happens. Change is part of destruction also. So it's either way also we can say. So whenever a big change happens, there will be a distraction, because learning happens only when we learn from our mistakes. So there are changes which has taken place, and new education policy has come in the right time after 75 years of Indian independence. We are able to now sense some level of changes in the education mode and pattern of how we start learning things in the new education policy. And also the government has come up with something called as National Digital Education Architecture. In simple, it's called as NDEAR. So which basically focuses on the education ecosystem, upgrading and developing the education ecosystem throughout India. And they also come up with something called as National Education Technology Forum, NTEF. This forum is act as a hub for assessment, planning, administration, and several other aspects with schools and higher education institutions, so that they get interlinked, because whatever is taught in school should be a continued thing which they should learn in colleges. So there should not be any disconnect or gap between school and the higher education system. So it should be a slow change, transformation from the school education to the higher education, and students should not feel any difficulties by sailing through this process. So in order to make a process very smooth and steady and focus on the new disruptive technology in education, which will be sensing in the future, government has come up with this NETF, National Education Technology Forum, which will be supporting in various forms to various bodies of schools and higher education institutions. And also in the current budget, there was a proposal to set up a digital university. I think that is a very important and a welcome move. Digital universities will be helping us in getting the technology closer to the universities and colleges across the India. We almost have around 993 colleges and almost around 5,000 institutions which are depending on that 993 universities. So I think this mechanism of creating a digital university at a central level will definitely help in bringing the technology advancement, and what is required for the future will be shared with all these colleges and institutions across India. And there are concepts, something called as virtual labs, which has come up, and also the mathematicals and skill e-labs which will be set up. So this budget has given more importance to skill-based learning. So I think these are the welcome moves which they have done at a higher education level, especially for promoting the management institutions and all those things. So the last point what I wanted to say is high level of e-content via digital teachers. So digital teachers are also now getting recognized for developing the contents to be used in various institutions and various bodies. So seeing that overall picture, education can transform only if the faculties and the government makes up mind. So today we see that there are a lot of initiatives instituted by faculties and their respective universities and colleges, and also government supporting the initiative by pumping the money into the education in their budget allocations. So I think the directions are set forth in a proper way. Only thing is how these things will be adopted in order to face the competitive market is very important. So hope the initiatives of whatever the government has launched will be getting into the system, and we can see the positive results coming out in the near future. So I was very happy to see the program list, because I see even some students participating in today's deliberation. So that's a welcome move. Actually, more and more students should come up with some research paper and try to say what they have thought, or what they have experienced, or what their requirement is. At least something that research oriented starts have started up, even though they might have done through Google search, or they might have seen some research paper and they might have developed the content. But still, it's a welcome move, because we are getting students to participate in such level of competitive topics. So I think I wish all the best for those people who will be presenting today. And I saw that a lot of topics which will be covered today in the afternoon technical sessions. So they are really wonderful topics, and I want more and more participants who are there today in this particular program to adopt such type of level of what you call research in them, and try to find, because the future is you are deciding it. No one can decide the future now. Earlier, the education system used to decide your future. Today, you should decide what your education system should be. So the ball has come down to the students now. The ball has come down to the researchers now. So they need to decide and design what the education system should be. So it's other way revolution which is taking place now. And definitely the disruptive technology is not negative to education. It is more positive to education. So I thank the university for inviting me for this program, and I'm really honored to be there to address on a very important topic like this. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for your brief and very knowledge-provoking speech. You have given a beautiful note on some of the issues, like this is era of not era of teaching, it is era of learning. That is very appreciable, and I thank you profusely for giving such a beautiful quotation. And I would like to mention some of the important issues, like teachers should become act as a designers. And then teachers should act as a consultants. They are not. They should not confine themselves as a teachers. Now teachers are not teachers. They should become consultants. And again, a very important mentioning by you is establishing digital university. In this regard, our AP government is proactive enough, and they are planning to establish this digital university And in education system, our AP government now it is proactive, sir.
Yes,
Because
yes.
of that reason, very soon we are going to see very significant changes in
Yes, sir.
starting from school education to university education. No doubt about it.
Yes,
We are
even the
finding
land records,
yeah,
have been, they've used the blockchain technology to upgrade the land records also in Andhra.
In many of the issues, our
Yeah,
government is
they're
very
using the
proactive in
technology.
these
Yes.
issues, sir. And another important issue which I want to quote here is pedagogy. Pedagogy is changed to andragogy,
Yes.
and now it is adult education. We have to treat the student as an adult, and we have to facilitate the important knowledge, facilitate the student to impart knowledge.
Yes.
It should be replaced with our traditional teaching or formal education system, which was there in OG. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
At this juncture, I would like to thank our good friend Sudarshan Reddy Garu, who has introduced your candidature to our university. We are looking forward to use your services to our university future also, sir. Our
Thank you, sir.
convener is
Thank you.
our convener is CDC Dean, and he is representing all the degree colleges. And whenever we need some help from you, we request you to impart your knowledge to our degree level students also. In near
Definitely,
future,
sir.
we will in digital platform we will try to combine all the degree students, and you please address them also, sir. Please, it
Okay,
is
sir.
our request from the platform. And thank you very much for
Thank
your
you, sir. Thank you very
valuable
much.
time. And
Yeah.
you have spent a lot of time. Thank you, sir.
Sir, if you don't mind, I'm going for
Yes,
a
sir.
meeting now. Okay, so I will be
Yes,
logging
sir.
off.
Please,
Okay.
please, please, please,
Thank you,
please.
sir.
I
Thank
can
you. Thank you.
understand, sir. I can
Yeah, thank
understand.
you. Yeah.
Right, sir. Thank you. And as a closing remarks, as a president of the seminar, it is our bound responsibility to give closing remarks. But after listening to the convener's message, and after listening to the especially guest of honor, keynote speaker's message, I think it is very difficult time for any president to give closing remarks. Anyhow, it is as it is a responsibility. I would like to concentrate on one or two issues, and before closing of our inaugural session. Skills that we learned in formal education, as our guest speaker told, skills that we learned in formal education are now becoming irrelevant. No doubt it is becoming irrelevant. With technology evolving so quickly, management education and training programs are lagging behind and are in desperate need for transformation. In addition to the traditional core curriculum of business pedagogy, and business schools should begin to focus on education in areas like computers, big data, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and designed thinking to enable consistent training for all areas of business, especially in management and leadership. We need a new mindset that is flexible and responsive so that they can deal with the complexity, uncertainty, and inequality inherent in the world today. And ultimately, the responsibility lies with business education to give graduates with intellectual ability, executive personality, entrepreneurial and managerial skills through an appropriate blend of business and multidisciplinary education. Further, it needs to provide students with business education of globally recognized best practices with flexibility of their adaptation to indigenous, entrepreneurial, and societal context. I hope this seminar on disruptive technologies, road ahead for management education, has a need to discuss and bring out ways for better management education for the better society. We have to remember one thing: change is not a choice; it is inevitable. Thank you very much. And with this, we will close this inaugural session, and next session will start immediately, technical session 1, and our Dr. Sarita will take care of that proceedings.
Thank you very much, sir. for accepting. Before inviting the resource persons of technical session 1, I would like to introduce with a short profile of Dr. S.V. Rao sir and Mr. Rajesh sir. Dr. S.V. Rao sir is a director at Shivani Institute of Management, Hyderabad. He is a post-graduation in management and stood 8th in Sri Krishnadevaraya University, Anantapur. Subsequently completed his MPhil from Algappa University, and Dr. Rao obtained his PhD from Center for Economic and Social Studies in the area of financial derivatives. He worked in various colleges and institutions over a period of 27 years, both India and abroad. Prior to coming to academics, he worked as a marketing executive in few companies for a brief stint. Dr. Rao's teaching career started with PB Siddhartha College, Vijayawada. Later, he moved to RVR JC Engineering College, Guntur, and from there landed in Tapai Management Institute, Manipal. In the year 2007, he moved to Hyderabad and started working for Shivani Institute of Management till to date. During 2008 to 11, for a period of 3 years, he moved to Amman on a lean basis to work as a faculty member in Business Studies Department at Shyness College of Technology, Amman, and rose to the level of head of the department. After working in foreign land for 3 years, he joined back with the Shivani Institute of Management as a professor and head of the department for finance. His areas of specializations are corporate finance, capital markets, investment management, international finance, and financial derivatives. At SSIM, Dr. Rao worked as assistant professor, area chair, and now the director. He is an active member in research and he published around 25 articles both at national and international journals having Scopus indexed. He presented papers in various national and international conferences like ISB, IIM, Lucknow, and Indore. Dr. Rao had also written different case studies and presented at various case competitions organized by various institutions. He is also guiding the students for their doctoral degree, and recently one of his students received a PhD from Krishna University, Machilipatnam. Dr. Rao's research articles have a number of citations. He got H index and I-10 index scores. He has conducted national and international seminars, workshops, and Sir has given various invited talks at national and international workshops. He is invited by various institutions to deliver lectures and TV shows. He is one of the qualified GST trainers and acted as a resource person in various GST training programs. Dr. Rao also conducted a training program to executives and managers of corporations like NTPC, SCCL, etc. He is also a resource person to various FDPs and online programs. Sir has received many awards. AIMS RCM Best B School Director Award during 32 AIMS Annual Management Education Convention held during 20 August 2021. He is a recipient of AMP Academic Excellence Award in the year 2018. With this short profile, I welcome Dr. S.V. Rao sir as a chairperson for technical session 1. Sir,
Thank
please,
you,
sir.
ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
Now, I would like to introduce and invite Dr. Rajesh sir. Dr. Rajesh Jampala. He started his career as an assistant professor since 1989 to professor and academic dean for 19 till date. Sir has completed various projects, research projects, both minor and major projects from UGC, ICSSR. Sir had guided 11 PhDs and 11 PhDs are awarded, 1 submitted, and 5 scholars are pursuing under his excellence guidance. He visited various countries like UK, USA, Mexico, Egypt, Thailand, Mexico, Thailand, as a member, as a trainer and a leader in different countries. Sir has published more than 6 books and at national and international publications. He has 26 citations and had a H index of 3. Sir has honored and awarded different fellowships from UK and Mexico and different awards from various countries. He acted in different roles like President, National HRD Network, Vijayawada Chapter, Chairman for Computer Society of India, Vijayawada Chapter, Past Secretary for Indian Liberal Group, Vijayawada Chapter, and Joint Secretary for Vijayawada Productivity Council, and past President for Rotary Club of Vijayawada, Sri Durga, since 2008-9. With this short profile, I request Dr. Rajesh sir, please welcome sir, to act as lead discussant and conducting technical session 1, sir. We are very fortunate to have both Dr. S.V. Raman Rao sir and Professor Rajesh Jampala garu to conduct this technical session 1. Now I request Dr. S.V. Raman Rao sir, Director, Shiva Shivani Institute of Management, Hyderabad, to give opening remarks of this technical session, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Hope I am audible.
Yes, sir. Yes.
At the outset, I would like to congratulate the team at the Yogi Vemana University for choosing this particular topic, as we are in the technology era, and more so specific, disruptive technologies are paving the way into everyone's life. With this, I would like to thank especially Dr. T. Srinivas, who is instrumental for inviting me to this and then giving me an opportunity to share a few of my thoughts on this particular topic. In my address, I would like to emphasize on 2 aspects. One is that disruptive innovation and disruptive technology. Right from morning, you have been hearing about disruptive technology, but in the early 80s itself in India, we have the disruptive innovation. In fact, that has made some of the big companies to think about and change their business models. In due course of time, I will take 2-3 companies examples so that the concept would be more clear to the audience, and probably this can be taken up as a research topic if somebody is very keen on that. As we all know that change is imperative, and in the last decade, the digital wave, new technologies, and scientific breakthroughs have transformed many of our lives. And also, some technologies have long lasting, and some technologies have come and gone. And some technologies have created a kind of in a wave wherein we ourselves need to adjust our life, or rather our way of functioning, considering the kind of changes that are happening in the society. The human development has been accompanied by rapid changes in technology and an increasing proliferation of digitized devices and services. Take, for example, today in all metros and big cities, we need not have our own transport. In fact, wherever and whenever we wanted to go, there is a technology that is available that is making our mobility is much more ease and comfort. And thanks to this kind of disruptive technologies that has made really the car owners to rethink. Even the two-wheelers now, we have the facility wherein for two-wheeler also we need not own that. Once you are owning a vehicle, there are certain costs associated, but without owning, we can meet our objectives and needs of it. That's how disruptive technology has entered into our lives, and also we are trying to adjust to these kind of technologies. 2 days back, when I got a call from Dr. Srinivas and to talk about this disruptive technology, though we have been experiencing, even personally, I am also experiencing the kind of changes that are happening and experiencing, but still, that curiosity has made me to re-look into what is disruptive technology. I'll just read out for the benefit of the audience present here. Disruptive technology is a new technology that significantly changes the way an existing market or industry processes. I think we need to underline this. The existing market and industry operations would undergo a significant change whenever there is a disruptive technology. Disruptive technologies are often initially met with resistance from incumbent businesses because they threaten to an upend and the existing practices. However, over a period of time, they can completely transform how an industry functions. Some of the examples of disruptive technologies include personal computers, online shopping, and the ride-sharing apps. So, when I looked into this one, this has really prompted me to think of what is disruptive innovation. When I was browsing through certain literature and the content, I found that disruptive innovation is also one of the important elements in addition to the disruptive technology. Now, my initial talk would focus on disruptive innovation. Later, I will get into the disruptive technology because already right from morning there were many ceremonies that's happening, and then a lot of knowledge has been shared in this platform. India needs to get ready to embrace a technology-driven future for which it needs to understand the impact value of these technologies to shape the Indian economy and society. Now, people are talking about digital economies. Probably we need to be in this race, and then we need to be in this bandwagon so that we will be on par with the West. Disruptive innovation creates new markets and value networks, eventually replacing the earlier ones. The Western concept of disruptive innovation is all about the replacement of an existing product or technology by an improved or a new product. And the mantra is disrupt or be disrupted. So we need to be careful on this. William H. Saito, the founder and CEO of Inticure, he has described the Western thought and attitude to disruptive innovation, saying that real genius lies in inventing something that shakes up the world and shatters the status quo. We instinctively prefer sensational, disruptive innovations because it catches our attention and it reflects the qualities in both the individual and the organization that we admire most. So we need to be very, very careful on this particular aspect of disruptive innovation and disruptive technologies. In the Indian context, disruptive innovations follows the basic principle of it starts out as a cheaper alternative of a strategy and targets a market segment ignored by the leading players. In the ITs, we all know that the HUL is one of the leading leading company, has got so many brands at various segments of the economy. That's where, the disruptive innovation has come out from Karsanbhai Patel, who is the promoter of the Nirma detergent powder. So its aim is, intention or objective of this product is to replace washing soap bars and offer a product at an affordable cost. Detergent powder makers washing easier as soaping and scrubbing will no longer be required. So to fulfill this particular need, Nirma has come out with a brand called Nirma detergent powder, and it was introduced in the year 1969 at a cost of 3 rupee 50 paise per kg against a brand of surf from Hindustan Lever which was selling at 15 rupees per kg. The Indian society and the customers are looking for a value for money proposition. That's where, to fulfill this particular need, and Nirma has come into the picture, and this is one of the classic example for disruptive innovation. In the same case, in the similar lines, there's one more product, Chick shampoo, that came into the market in the year 1999 in the form of sachets. We don't have that kind of a concept earlier, and all the big companies like HUL and other companies are, Colgate Palmolive and other products are producing the shampoos in a bottle and then big size, but they have never came out with the sachet model. But Chick has come out with that. That has become instant successful, and then finally all other companies are also were forced to join with this kind of a concept so that they can reach the customers. In the same lines, Godrej has come out with a cooler which is affordable to the common man with a brand called Chotu Cool at an affordable price of 4,000 rupees. So these are some of the classic examples. Same way we can find in automotive industry how Maruti has changed the entire the market. And now we are talking about the disruptive technologies. There are industrial revolutions 1, 2, and now we are IR4, and it has got 8 mega trends, and probably these are all, we can call them as disruptive technologies. The artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchain technology, augmented reality, virtual reality, 3D printing, drones, and robotics. These have demonstrated the ability to bring large-scale economic and social change. Technology not only represents newer ways of doing things, but also has the ability to create a lasting change. One of these things, the rise of digital navies with raising aspirations and expectations. Technologies really help the customers and also the society in many ways. Thereby, the expectations will also rise up, and the technologies which are living up to the expectations of the customers and the society and the industry will live long last. Otherwise, they have to exit from the system. The impact of technology in the last decade has been so profound that it can raise to the productivity levels of our workforce, transform the way businesses work today, and help reimagine how essential services can be delivered to improve our lives. Sorry. We know the COVID-19 pandemic, how it has affected everyone's lives, more so specific the education sector. Imagine a situation where we don't have any technology. Probably it could have been literally shut down of the entire education system. But thank God, the technology was in place. Technology has emerged. Technology has become so handy. Thereby, we are able to quickly move from the offline classes to the online classes. And even today, the institutions are following blended learning mode. Thereby, technology as well as offline classes are helping the student learning process. And in the process of, especially in the education sector, there are many technologies that are emerging. There are many ways that are emerging, and it is helping the entire education sector, more so specific student community, to learn very fast, and especially skill-based learning has become the order of the day. Today, the technology aggregators, even in the education sector, like Upgrade, and then there are many other platforms. Why? The skills in the form of certifications, and the technology is helping these organizations to reach to the large masses. Thereby, education is at their doorsteps. Even in the school education, there are many supplements that have come up. The classic example is the Byju's. It is again, saying that no need to go to the tuitions. There is a tab that you can use for having the additional inputs in addition to your regular education in the school. We don't know how the future is going to be and what kind of innovation that's going to come up uh, because of the disruptive technologies. People are talking about the virtual universities. Now, again, if virtual universities or digital universities are increasing, then the question mark is about the traditional universities. Do they have any relevance? If digital universities and virtual universities are so important. Now, again, only the time should answer this particular question. But the keynote speaker has already mentioned that there is a need for the faculty, and there is a need for the ecosystem to transform, to change. Thereby, people can live up to the expectations of the student community, and the shift from the faculty-centric learning to a student-centric learning, in that technology may play a big role. Already, some of the institutions in the country are using technology in a big way to make the students, uh, uh, you know, self-centered learning or the self-learning mode. Thereby, the learning that's going to happen through self-learning would be much more impactful than a faculty-centric learning mode. The kind of assignments that's been given by the faculty in the higher educational institutions is making the students to use the technology, and thereby they will have experience of learning. So that experience of learning or experiential learning would really make the students to have a longer impact in the learning process, and they will, the experiential learning will make them to, to make use for generations to come, or at least I would say that in their careers so easily. And the in 2022, the kind of technologies that's going to come up, I am not going to the details of it, just wanted to mention a few of the technologies that's going to that's already in place, and then probably their penetration would go up from this year onwards. 3D printing, yes, we have been talking about this for a quite long period of time, and then today, most of these, especially in some sectors, more so specific reality sector, is widely using this one. And even some of the educational institutions are making their students to come out with prototypes by using this 3D printing. And 5G, that's the next one, which are going to sweep the market, and then probably our connectivity and network building will grow much faster. The artificial intelligence and machine learning, these are all in place already, and then many sectors, including the governments, are using. I was reading somewhere the government of Andhra Pradesh, uh, have used artificial intelligence and machine learning to understand the student dropouts from the schools and find out the reasons, and then to understand and come out with the interventions required. So they have used this technology long back, and then the project must have been a successful. And then automation and robotics, and today especially automobile sector, talking more about this. And even in the healthcare sector, robotics are going to be there, and then probably we don't know down the line 10 years whether it is the robot or is a human being who is going to do the surgery. When I was talking to one of the banking firm when they have come to our campus for recruitment, we were just talking over lunch, and then uh, trying to understand the operations in the back end, and then when they are recruiting, what kind of things that they keep in mind. The executive or the senior executive mentioned that they are not looking for a candidate who can do the back end operations, because they are going for a complete automation, and maybe down the line 5 years the loan application will be processed in 2 minutes or max 5 minutes by the machines. So the complete automation is going to take place. But today there is a lot of manual intervention, and then there are a lot of papers or the paperwork, and then the verification process that's going on. But the technology that they have or they are going to use or bring into the place would help them to bring down this loan application process will come down to these minutes. So that's how and they wanted to have the people who can take care of the customer relations rather than the back-end operations. That's a kind of changes that's going to happen in the banking industry. And cyber security advances, edge computing, virtual and augmented reality, headless technology, uh, you know, headless tech, that's what it is. The rise of as in a service computing, the work from home revolution. Now everyone has experienced by this time. They work from home, and the voice activated searches. Like, even the chatbots are now taking place. Typically when you have a bank account, you do get the calls at a specified time saying that from so and so, and most of the times it's a machine that is making you call. It's not the human, but the kind of voice that you hear, you feel that you are talking to a human being. But today the technology has gone to the extent that they are almost like replicating the human voice, human gestures and all. And this is how the disruptive technologies are going to take place and going to change the way the organizations work, the way people have to handle certain things. More so specific to the education sector, when we are designing the curriculum or developing the content, we have to keep this kind of skill set that's been required 2025 or 2030. By the time 2025, there could be certain roles that will be exit from the marketplace. The new roles or the new jobs will emerge, and then we need to prepare the students for that challenge rather than giving them the old content that may be an outdated, may not be useful for them to have a bright career and the job prospects. So with this note, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity, and all the listeners for their patient listening, and the people who are going to make their papers presentation, and wishing them all the best. Thank you. Thank you, one and all. Hello, ma'am. Are you there?
Adapting and applications of technology in different sector. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Rajesh, sir,
Ma'am,
to give a brief introduction about. Sir, please, sir.
If you don't mind, can I leave the session?
Oh, yes, sir. Please, sir.
Okay. Once again, thank you very much. Sir, good morning, Rajesh, sir.
Thank you, Raman.
Thank you.
Nice seeing you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Rajesh, sir, for giving a brief introduction about disruptive.
So in that sense, we also require some conceptual clarity. Conceptual clarity in terms of the management graduates must be very strong in concepts, basics. However, the technology may change, but the basic tenets of the management has never changed. So in that context, even the context is changing very fast, but we should emphasize on our management graduates that their concepts must be very strong. Once the concepts are strong, they can easily adapt to the changing context. So that is the first point I would like to drive here. So next, for the last, what I can say, last 2 decades, people are talking about we are living in a VUCA world. But VUCA is becoming outdated nowadays. Now VUCA has given place for bunny. So what is VUCA? What is bunny? I'll spend 1 minute. So VUCA is a situation. Normally it is a jargon, business jargon. The most of the business schools are making the students understand about the volatile situation as well as uncertainty. That means you cannot predict everything with certainty and everything is so complex. But the manager's role is to make it simple. And at the same time, we are living in a very ambiguous world. So that is the thing of the past. But in the last 2 years, we have seen the bunny word. Bunny means what? Everything is brittle. Everything is brittle in the sense we have seen a very small virus, which is a very minute. In terms of weight, it is very, very in milligrams. But that one small virus has crippled the entire nations, entire world rather. That means we may think that the small is insignificant, but that small virus has created the entire world on a standstill mode. And we thought that the developing economies like US, UK, they are all very good leaders. They are very strong in health systems. They are very strong in economies, etc., etc. But they were crippled because of small virus. So this has given us what? That means a small virus can create a big problem and a big players may become helpless. So in that sense, the human beings are becoming so brittle. So how the managers will face the brittle situation? At the same time, everybody is a little bit anxious today. Anxiousness is becoming the status quo. That means how to make our students, our management graduates, or our young generation to be facing the anxious moments. So in the sense, we'll be discussing that and the non-linearity of the growth. Everything is not in the incremental fashion. As the title of this particular seminar itself is talking about disruption. Disruption is just leapfrogging. That means the technology may change, the markets may change, the way we work will change, the way we live our lives will change, the way we relate ourselves with our friends and relatives have changed. So in that sense, everything is non-linear. The change is happening so fast and it's not in incremental fashion. It's not like a step by step. So in that sense, how to live in a non-linear world. And at the same time, most of the problems we are incomprehensible. That means we are unable to comprehend what is the exact nature of the problem itself. So in our childhood, we used to taught by the teachers, if you know the problem, solution is known. But today the problem itself is unknown. When the problems are unknown, how the managers should make the solutions. That is the challenge here. So in order to live in the bunny world, Brittleness requires what? We have to enhance our capacity. We have to enhance our resilience. Resilience is what? Suppose we can learn a lot from our common man or a rural farmer. Most of our small and marginal farmers or a common man or a poor people in this country are so resilient. They're always hopeful for the better. So that kind of resilience and that kind of capacity enhancement programs we have to create in the minds of the youngsters so that they can face the brittleness very confidently. At the same time, you see, for example, anxiety. So in the bunny world, the A is called stands for anxiety. When everything is anxious or anxiety is at the highest level, the managers must have the ability to empathize, not sympathize. Empathize. What is empathy? Empathy is nothing but into the stepping into the shoes of the others, understanding from their point of view and understanding from their soul. So in that sense, that empathy, mindfulness, well-being, these are the traits the manager has to inculcate. The non-linearity calls for what? Context adaptivity. That means everything is non-linear. Context is changing from day by day. So in that sense, we require some adaptive techniques. So the context has to be understood and we should adapt ourselves. Those companies which are very adaptive, they will survive. Otherwise, they will leave the market. The last one is incomprehensible. Incomprehensibility demands what? So everything is incomprehensible. As I said, you cannot define the problem well. So what we require is some gut feeling, some intuition. So we cannot depend on a set pattern. We have to make our youngsters to rely on their intuitive management skills. And at the same time, we should be very what I can say, transparent in our deals. So we should be open. So now I think I need not spend much time on disruptive technologies because everybody has spoken on this. But in simple sense, disruptive technology is an innovation that significantly alters the way the consumers, industries, or business operates. As I said, it will change the present equilibrium. Disruption, we should treat it as a positive sign in the sense like it will deliver the same goods in a better way. It will deliver to the larger audience or it will deliver at the value for money concept or at the same time, the most of the disruptive technologies has altered the mechanisms of cost benefits. So in that way, the world has taken advantage of a lot of disruptive technologies. So here, what we should understand. So in one way, electricity, automobile, televisions, m-commerce, online, ride-sharing apps, these are all mentioned by our earlier speakers. These are all disruptive technologies in earlier era. But in the present existing, the fourth industrial revolution, what are the disruptive technologies that the management graduates must be aware of? My aim is here not to make the management students to know all the technologies, but the management students must understand these are the technologies which will alter the way the companies will be running in future. So in that sense, a manager should know the basics about all these things. So cyber security, mobile technologies, machine to machine, Internet of Things, 3D printing. I think in 3D printing, some houses are printed. Actually, you need not construct a house step by brick by brick. So houses are printed or even human organs may be printed in the future. So in that sense, the big data analytics or Internet of Things, RFID technologies, they are changing the way we are managing the inventories, the way our machines are talking to each other about the customers' delivery models. So in that way, the managers must be good at managing both physical world and cyber world. So that aspect we have to make aware of. That means our management graduates must be taught how to handle the physical environment as well as cyber environment. Because even the recruitment processes nowadays are done by robots or chatbots. Even in HR, for example, a lot of new technologies are used. Most of the interviews are not taken by the human beings. They're taken by the chatbots. So algorithmic way of selecting the candidates. So artificial intelligence is extensively used even in managerial practices. Even your Siri, Alexa are becoming the life partners, and they will be listening to our voices, our conversations, and every data is they are recording, and in the sense, the way we take decisions, the way we respond, the way the customers will apply things, buy things, everything is known to the outsiders better than the customer himself. So what I mean to say in simple sense, most of the data about ourselves will be known to the companies more than what we know about our own selves. So that is a complex situation. So we should explore the opportunities for our students to experience such kind of different situations so they can manage them while they are into the physical world. So these are the technologies, and they have given a lot of opportunities like artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality. In most of the customer experiences, people are using this, and gamification can be used as a theory, as a model for learning subjects, and robotics, blockchain technology. I think blockchain technology is extensively used in some of the land record documentations and maybe cryptocurrency, and in future digital currencies are extensively will be used. So in that sense, the managers must be aware of the advantages of these blockchain technologies. So like this, the social media is also giving us a lot of opportunity to market ourselves, to understand the customer psyche, to understand the customer behavior. So most of the companies are extensively investing and to get the insights from the social media. So in that sense, data is becoming the new oil. Data is becoming the new mantra. Data is becoming almost like a money. So in that sense, those companies which can manipulate and understand data, they survive. Other companies, they fail. So I would like to mention one concept, which is a recent phenomenon. I think most of you are aware of this. We are calling it as digital twinning. What is meant by digital twinning? That means a digital twin is nothing but a twin. It's a virtual representation of a physical manufacturing facility. The real-time data will be fed into the digital platform so that the digital platform will visualize the future problems and will give better insights to the managers to take decisions to manage the outside physical world. So this is a perfect example of how a physical world and digital world should interact together to deliver a better service. So digital twinning has to be explored further. Already some advanced companies are using this. That means they take the real-time data into the system and their system will give some predictions. So this kind of new technologies, if the industry is using, our students must also be well aware of. So how it will impact the education system. So it was mentioned by our earlier speakers about national education policy is even the union minister in her budget actually, Nirmala Sitharaman has given a lot of thrust on digital transformation of this country. So that means the ecosystem is changing, government thinking is changing. So the national education policy is also talking about usage of technology to make the student enrollments, gross enrollment ratios to double by at least by 2025. So in that sense, technology will play a great role in education also. That means we are moving towards demand-led instead of supply-led education. That means the student can design their own courses, and at the same time competency-based instead of knowledge-based. That means competency will be mapped to the job in future. That means a student, a graduate can work from anywhere. So work from home or work from anywhere is a new concept. That means if your competencies are high, you will be accepted worldwide. Lifelong learning instead of front load learning within 20-25 years. So that means a student has to be a student has to be understood that he has to survive in the complex environment only through learning. So modular degree instead of one shot degree. So finally, I would like to conclude about the future of management education. What is future of management education looks like? It is technology driven and experiential and personalized learning, but the managers must be aware of green and sustainable concepts like ESG framework. You know what is ESG framework? Environmental, social, and governance framework. So in that sense, however, technology is changing very fast, but still the management graduates must be aware of what? The social consequences of the business, environmental consequences of the business. At the same time, governance issues also to be given precedence. That means those companies which are practicing ethical way of doing business, they survive. Otherwise, they will perish. Technology may be advanced, but the manager's discretion plays a great role. So in that sense, we should instill some sense of urgency into the minds of the young managers that they should be ethical. In that sense, we require to follow. There is a concept called design thinking. Design thinking concept will be very much useful for the present management graduates, because the management graduates in future has to solve unstructured and semi-structured problems. In order to solve unstructured, semi-structured problems, your traditional way of thinking is not useful. So in that sense, you should have some empathize with the user. You should look from the customer's point of view. You should look from the user's point of view. So ambiguity in defining the problems is very high. And that's why we should make our students to fail early to succeed fast in later. And this design thinking embarks on multiple iterations. Multiple iterations means what? The same step will be refined. So better understanding will come. That better understanding will lead to better solutions, more easily acceptable solutions, more easily scalable solutions. So in that sense, there is a book called Creative Confidence written by Stanford professor. He has highlighted about design thinking. So design thinking in management education must be made part of. And this should also nurture an individual's self-efficacy. Self-efficacy means what? The individual's behavior has to be modulated for the betterment. So self-confidence. So in that sense, we should make our students more self-confident to face uncertainties. Finally, this is my last slide. You try to understand what I said so far, because these are the contexts. VUCA to bunny world. VUCA has gone case. Now we are in a bunny world. Bunny is what? A very brittle, anxious, non-linear world we are moving towards. So incomprehensible world. So you cannot comprehend anything, but still you have to work. That is a complexity. That is a situational awareness we have to make them to the young audience. At the same time, you should always make a toss between context and concepts. As I said, my take here is your conceptual clarity should be more, so that if you are very strong in concepts, you can easily handle the context. And you should also make your management graduates to learn, because you cannot teach them everything. You should make them to learn so that they will become a lifelong learner. At the same time, they should master the digital and physical world. Master the digital and physical world is a little bit challenge. So we should expose them to the digital cyber world. At the same time, we should also make them familiar with the physical infrastructure, physical space, office space, or even manufacturing facilities. We should make them aware of. At the same time, we should also understand the ecosystem. As I mentioned, government is very proactive in the sense like a lot of digital transformation initiatives have been made. Digital India is a flagship program of the central government. So in that context, a lot of 5G rollout plans are on the roll. So in that way, digital universities are starting. So in future, some apps, educational apps, they themselves will create a platform where any course can be taught. As Elon Musk said, you can learn anything from YouTube, but you go to the college only for entertainment. So in that way, the people are giving very bold statements. So whatever you want to learn, you can learn through the YouTube or on any education platforms. But what the colleges must make use of this facility is to make the students to be more sensitive and they must be more empathetic. They should be more confident so that they can live their life purposefully. So harness the new ideas and make the students more resilient. That means they have to face uncertainties, they have to face ambiguous situations, they have to face incomprehensible problems. So in that way, we should make our students more confident. Finally, we should also make our students to think about their own self, because their self-centered self-confidence will only make them survive. So they must be made aware of, they should chat with themselves so that they will understand their personality better. So by understanding their personality better, they can mold their future better. So with this, I think the management educational institutions or management institutions must aware of the disruptive technologies taking place outside, but they have to make the management graduates to prepare for the future, because future is uncertain and future is already happening. So we should make them think on their own, learn on their own, and be more empathetic and more humane in their approach. So with this, I thank the organizers for giving me this particular opportunity to share my small insights with you.
Thank you very much, sir. You have given very excellent speech on disruptive technologies. We learned with your speech from Oka to Bani, and have given importance of disruptive technologies, and it has been implemented in Industry 4.0. You are also emphasizing on management teacher has to change himself or herself, then only you can change our students. And also you are emphasizing on inviting innovative ideas from our students. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your speech about disruptive technologies. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Now, the time for paper presentations by the participants. Now, I request all the participants to present your papers by one. I will call first paper presenter, Dr. V. Sailaja, Assistant Professor from SK University, Department of Business Management. Ma'am, are you there, madam? Sailaja, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready for presentation, madam?
Yes, I'm ready.
Oh, madam. Do you have any PPT, madam?
Yes, I'll share, ma'am.
Okay.
What is the time given to me, ma'am?
Madam, all participants are for presentation only 4 to 5 minutes, madam, because of already time is very lacking. 4 to 5 minutes.
4 to 5 minutes. Fine, ma'am.
Yes,
I'll rest.
please carry on, madam.
Let me share my screen, madam.
Yes, madam.
Madam, please help me. Can you see my screen?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. It is visible.
And
Please start your presentation, ma'am.
it's changing. Slides are changing. Slides are changing, madam.
Changing only.
Okay.
Give full screen, madam. Slideshow.
Yes, I'll. Okay. Good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon, all the eminent speakers. And I'm very happy to present my paper in this well-organized seminar by Department of Management, Yogi Vemana University, on disruptive technologies in management education. I thought of writing a paper on management education, but I thought I can cover in a broader perspective, and that's why I have gone for higher education sector. And let me to start with already all the speakers. I thought I can also give some insights to disruptive technology, because it is well understood. It needs proper understanding. That's why I have included this slide. What is this disruptive technology? As it is already explained, disruptive technology is something that a kind of innovation which is going to bring significant changes in your existing system. Your existing system will be swept away by, and all your activities will be replaced by newer ones. And what these newer ones are definitely superior ones. Though disruptive technology sounds negative, as it is said by many speakers, it is very much required, it is needed, it is good. Though it is negative, it is good. It is just like a medicine for a person who is suffering with some ill health. And that's why we should welcome this disruptive technology, because it is very meaningful. And sustainable development is something which is related to the ecology, which is related to the environment, which is related to the society, which is related to the economy. And here we, for the sustainable development of higher education sector, we can make use of this disruptive technologies, so that we can get we can give some benefits to the environment, protect our environment, to protect our economy, to protect our society, and thereby we can make use of disruptive technologies, and we can sustain, we can proceed for the sustainable development. My topic is on disruptive technologies, a key for sustainable development in higher education. Why the disruptive technologies? Because change is very common. This is already all of us know. It is only the certain in today's business, today's world, and higher education is no exception for it. And we know that with the advent of Internet of Things, change has created new world of possibilities in higher education, and IoT has provided better connectivity among the devices, students, institutions, and industry. Now we are doing lots of things, and we can quote the example of our COVID-19, how this Internet of Things has helped us in protecting our children, our students, and from the deprivation of their education. We have successfully imparted education in that in those tough times also, thanks to disruptive technologies or Internet of Things. Okay, my methodology, I thought I can go for a empirical study, but due to the paucity of time, with very less time, I couldn't make out any empirical study, but I have relied on secondary data, and I have collected data from the secondary sources, wherein I have collected the data from journals, magazines, and few websites. And to make know of what are the objectives with which I have developed this paper is, I wanted to bring out the role of disruptive technologies in sustainable development of higher education institutions and universities, to identify the challenges for higher educational institutions and universities to implement disruptive technologies, and to bring out the best disruptive technological practices of universities and higher education sector. This disruptive technologies, what is its role? Definitely, as many speakers already identified or already have explained, that these are making us to revisit our current education system and redesign our current education system. And what exactly the role it is playing? Definitely, it is helping us in wide sharing of information, right? Sharing of learning materials. Learning can be personalized. Student data management can be automated. Opportunity to use sophisticated pedagogy or andragogy, which was raised by one of our speaker. We can now we cannot treat our students as children. Now we have to come up with better methodologies to teach adults. Adult learning is is the need of the hour, and these disruptive technologies are helping us in making progress evaluation properly, and it is very much used for as a cost-effective tool. It is helping us to reach across the globe, which is the prime
Please
concern
go for
of
conclusion, madam. Because
right,
of lack of time.
right, madam. These are the things I'll just show my slides and I'll conclude.
Okay.
I have identified certain challenges in implementation of disruptive technologies. I some I have highlighted in my paper what are the best disruptive technologies, technological practices are being followed by universities and higher educational sectors. Like I have thrown some light on MOOC, online learning platforms, and online learning courses. On that, I wrote something. I wrote a few. I have given some inputs, and I wrote something about competency-based education, and I discussed something on learning management system LMS. I talked about blended learning in my paper, and enriched virtual, which is also a very popular technology, which we are using in our uh, in our universities currently. And as it is rightly said, near when robots are doing they are permitted for doing the surgery, why not a robot can teach students, and thereby in near future AI professor's assistant may also come just like our Siri or Alexa. This is also I have written in my paper. This is what I wanted to bring out for discussion, or this is what I shared in my paper. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your brief presentation on this topic, disruptive technologies for sustainable development in higher education and especially universities. Thank you, madam. Your PPTs and all very excellent. Your presentation also very good, madam. Because of lag in time, we are concluding.
I understand, madam. I understand.
Thank you. Next, I call upon Sheikh Abdul Mazid, a research scholar from Yogi Vemana University, Department of Business Management. I request Sheikh Abdul Mazid to present your PPT on impact of M-learning on higher education in the era of disruption. Mazid?
Thank you, madam. Is my voice is audible?
Yes,
My voice is audible, madam?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Please start your presentation.
Yeah, 1 minute, madam. 1 minute. I'm sharing the PPT, madam. Is it visible, madam?
Visible.
Yeah, thank you, madam, for the opportunity given. Respected convener Subrahid sir and co-convener Sarita madam.
Other all slideshow, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. Wait. Is it okay, madam, now?
No. Turn on slideshow, view show. Slideshow.
1 minute.
Press F5.
F5.
Is it changing, madam? Yes. Can I?
No. It does not change. Go for slideshow, view show, or go for F5.
Shift F5. Shift what?
Full F5, sir.
Correct, F5.
F5. Press F5, ma. F5 functional key.
Yeah.
Or go for slideshow from the beginning. Click on that slideshow.
For me, it is showing, madam. Maybe it is not displaying here.
It is not changing. Okay, carry on.
Okay, madam. Okay, thank you, madam. My title is an impact of M-learning on higher education in the era of disruption under the guidance of Dr. P. Sarita, madam. She is my research supervisor. So let us come to a brief down. Today, technology cannot be separated from human life. It has roots in every corner of human life. The technology, internet, world wide web, they not only given access to learning, they have not not just decreased the city or the distance, but it is a platform to learn many things. So they created a platform for interacting with the people who are geographically separated, even for the learners and teachers. It is worth mentioning that internet does not provide just another way to deliver the learning contents, but actually there is a lot of potential in learning and sharing the different ideas. Diverse learners are there, and by engaging them in purposeful activities, problem solving, collaborations, interactions, conversations, etc., So this wide diffusion of internet allows the to maintain e-learning is today the state of art for distance learning and technical learning. If you just see the some statistics, India is having almost 1.2 billion mobile subscribers in 2021, out of which 750 millions are smartphone users, and it is poised the second largest smartphone manufacturer in the next 5 years. Simply, we can say that in the year 2014, Stone referred that the mobile phone has become the digital life of the people. Now, it has become an inseparable part of anyone's life. We have different approaches towards m-learning in higher education systems. So as I already said, technology has taken root in many fields of human life. The several apps are there like Amazon Kindle, iBook, and are the reading platforms. We have apps like Duolingo, Babbel, are the few apps that can help in learning and acquiring the proficiency. Byju's, Unacademy, Coursera, EduX, Khan Academy, these are the certain classical examples where the students are now relying. So we must create an awareness among the students also why this technology learning has make it important. From the an age where knowledge could be found only in ancient and scripts and huge tomes, now learning is just a one click away. Anyone can get it. So researcher, what we are claiming that education apps will help in a great deal in providing the vast knowledge and material for the students and the researcher. There are n number of umpteen benefits from m-learning. So from traditional bound to the nowadays, today's day and day, and in the day of both time and place bound to everywhere. Just with the one click, we can learn many. So, but the thing is like we can mobility is there, accessibility is there, easy exchanging and sharing of the ideas, productive learners, like a number of these certain classical theories. We have some challenges also and limitations. One is content creation, another one is the platforms where the students are using and the tools, because reaching to the rural areas and semi-urban areas, still it is a challenging one only in the metro cities and big cities students are accessible for that. The major limitation is content creation, which plays a vital role. These are some challenges. So keeping all these things in view, I have just taken an empirical study. That is, I just wanted to know the first objective is to explore the awareness and accessibility of M devices, that is mobile devices and mobile technology among UG and PG students in Hyderabad colleges, analyze the perspective of M learning from UG and PG, and study the usage of M learning platforms. So the methodologies, I have selected 500 students. Out of that, 375 students are male students, and 125 are UG program students, and PG program students have taken. A 5-point Likert scale is developed. A questionnaire is distributed to them to get the answers. Now you can see this. So first I have given no table analyze, put the results in that. So one is do you know the mobile technology? 83.2% of the students said that yes, we are aware of that. Only few 1.7% students are not aware of that. Everyone is having a own mobile device also, that is 93.2% of the students are that. And how many mobile devices you own means say more than 1 2 devices also students are holding. Like this table explains the data and the perception of the students on different areas, like M technologies are widely used in the college or not, opportunity to experience virtual learning, smartphones should be allowed in the classroom for M learning or not, use of smartphones to the students of M learning, higher education should increase the funding. For these, we have got a huge number of responses. Majority are said, I mean, 83% of the students are about to say yes. And usage pattern, I know you how to use the use of handheld M devices or any PCs or laptops, access of IT technology on the M devices or on PCs and laptops. So how it is, I mean, phone
Azir,
communication.
go for
Sorry, madam.
conclusion, ma. Conclusion or recommendations.
Thank you, madam. So finally, what we can say is, as the technology has the roots in everyone's life, this has a good impact on the higher education system, wherein we can get a global perspective also in the learning. And certainly, we have some limitations also that we need to develop in the content creation. Human intervention is also required in many of the fields. So this is really a need of the hour, that this kind of technology has made open door for multiple ways of the learning. Thank you for the opportunity given, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Mazid.
Thank you.
We have given an excellent presentation on M-learning, application of IT through M-learning in higher education. Thank you for your presentation. Next, I will call upon Dr. B. Ramija, Assistant Professor in Department of Commerce, Loyola Degree College from Pulivendula. I request Dr. B. Ramija to present your paper on role of technology in higher education. Please start your presentation.
Okay, madam. I share my chart, madam.
Okay.
For content, I am sharing, ma'am, for PPT.
Okay, ma'am.
It is not visible.
Next presenter, M. Harita. Are you ready, ma'am? M. Harita, are you there? No.
Mommy.
Amisha, your presentation is not visible, ma'am.
Board exam is going on, ma'am. That's why jammers are working in my college. I will try, ma'am.
Okay, you can present oral, ma'am. Oral presentation. అదే చెప్పాను. Without slides, you can present, ma'am.
What, ma'am?
By seeing your PPT, you can present. You cannot share.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Respected convener, co-convener, organizing committee, and all the dignitaries who are participating in the virtual seminar. Good afternoon, one and all. Today I presented a paper through PPT on role of technology in the higher education. Coming to the introduction on my paper, first I say what is technology. Technology is a science or knowledge put into practical use to solve the problems. What is the meaning of educational technology is, it is a systematic interactive process for designing instructions or training used to improve our performance. Educational technology, sometimes also known as instructional technology or learning technology. Teachers can use technology in education. It is easy to recognize students' potential. At the same time, it constitutes the development of the students. Coming to the importance of technology in the education life, teachers are more improved through computer technology. In higher educational, teachers are also able to expand their network. Educational technology connect with other teachers and educators nationally and globally. Next, what is the impact of the technology? In this, I discuss internet, virtual reality, robotic technology, cloud technology. Virtual reality and augmented reality or reality new advancement in technology. This is an excellent supplement in the learning process. Robotic helps students get acquired with all branches, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which opens the door to future professional advancement. Robotic is the foundation of many professions that are already popular on the job market, with a great potential for the future growth and expansion. This is where more and more colleges are modernizing in order to keep up with the 21st century education method. This is a great way to prepare the students and great asset when it comes to easy fulfillment their college obligations. Coming to the advantages, easy to access anywhere and anytime. We learn high level computer literacy. Teachers prepare assessment very easily through computers. Improved teachers productivity and efficiency. College can benefit by reducing cost of physical material. Coming to the disadvantages, comparatively advantages, the disadvantages are very low. Not all the students have access to the digital tools. At the same time, computers can provide young students with access to inappropriate content or information if the proper security measures are not put in the place. Role of the technology in education is teachers can comprehensive information available to them at a fingerprints. The internet, mobile devices and computers, students have the chance to acquire key skills to compete globally for in-demand jobs. Technology can help teachers create smart content that makes teaching and learning more comfortability. Buying a computer for teacher will save them time in computing the students' grades and creating tests. The internet, mobile devices and computers, students have the chance to acquire the key skills to compete globally for the in-demand jobs. The higher growth rate of the new online learners came from emerging economies. E-learning is an important tool that helps fill the growing global skills gap. Finally, I conclude, technology is so advanced, so much that it now divides business growth hence companies maximize this to improve their performance. So the high-tech savvy candidates who can contribute to their businesses in line with these colleges is a good training ground for future professionals. So computers, laptops, smartphones, tablets, these devices have become a necessary in today's age. These are not merely for fun and leisure anymore. Thanks a lot. Thanks for listening. Especially I say a lot of thanks to Sarita ma'am. Thanks ma'am for your continuous support.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ramija. We have emphasized on technology and applications of technology both for teachers and students. Thank you.
Yeah, ma'am.
Anybody are there for presentation? Harita? According to schedule, Harita is there.
Presentation online law.
Okay, now we are going to wind up the session. Technical Ramija, mute him. With this, we are concluding the technical session 1 and we will start technical session 2 by sharp 2:15. 2:30. 2:30. No, by 2:15 and 2:30. Thank you all. 2:30 and they will aim. I request all the participants to please join by 2:15 today afternoon. Thank you all. Yes. Good afternoon to all. ఇప్పుడే వచ్చినాను. ఇంతమంది అంటే ఉన్నారా లేదా అని చూస్తున్నాను. ఎవరేం పలకలేదు.
ఫుడ్ అయిపోయింది, ఎలక్ట్రో వేయాల్సి వచ్చింది.
Good afternoon to one and all. We Lata, Kanakalata. We Kanakalata. Are you there,
Yes,
ma'am?
madam. Yes, madam. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Are you ready
Yeah,
for
ma'am.
presentation?
Ma'am, I have a problem with these slides, ma'am. Can I orally present it, ma'am?
You can present, ma'am, because
Okay.
your paper scheduled in morning session only, but you are absent for morning.
No, ma'am. Actually, there was a problem with the web lecture, so I was in. I saw everything in the YouTube, ma'am.
Okay,
From
okay.
morning,
So
I'm
you are ready for presentation orally?
Yes, ma'am. I'm ready, ma'am.
Okay, you
Good
can
afternoon,
start.
good afternoon, ma'am, and good afternoon, sir. And good afternoon for everyone.
చేసింది అమ్మాయి.
My name is
Evening, sir.
ప్రదీప్ సార్ రావాలి కదా, ఏంది?
Lata?
madam.
Please
Can I
wait, ma.
start?
Please wait, ma. We will start session within 10 minutes.
Okay, okay,
After
ma'am.
speech of resource person only, you can present your paper.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Please wait for 10 to 15 minutes.
ఇప్పుడు ఆడుండేది Sir, Pradeep sir. Sir, Pradeep sir, good afternoon. Sir, unmute your video. Your audio. It's not audible, sir. Your voice is not audible. Please unmute your audio.
అన్మ్యూట్ చేయాలా
మంది అన్నిట్లోనే ఉంది సార్.
సార్ కన్ను
Sir, not audible, sir.
సాయికి దేవండి సార్. అర్థం కాదు సార్, ఏదో మాట్లాడుతున్నా.
Hello.
హలో సార్
Sir, am I audible?
నో సార్, అక్కడ మ్యూట్ కనిపిస్తుంది బాగా.
Yogi.
మంది వినిపిస్తుంది సార్ మ్యూట్ లో. సార్ ప్లీజ్ అన్మ్యూట్ యువర్ ఆడియో సార్.
మీరు చేయాలి, అన్మ్యూట్ చేయాలి.
వాళ్ళ సార్
అన్మ్యూట్ సార్.
చెప్పండి సార్ చెప్పండి
అన్మ్యూట్ సార్. అన్మ్యూట్ చేయాలా? ఇప్పుడు వస్తుంది చూడు.
లేదు మ్యూట్ సార్, మ్యూట్ లో ఉన్నా.
Sir, please unmute your audio, sir.
ఫోన్ నెంబర్
Your audio is.
ఇప్పుడు వస్తుందిలేండి. ఐ థింక్ నౌ ఇట్ ఇస్ ఆడిబుల్.
హాయ్ సార్ ప్రదీప్ సార్.
యా హలో హలో, వన్ సెకండ్. యా హలో.
హాయ్ సార్.
Yes, sir.
హలో రాఘవరెడ్డి గారు.
హాయ్ సార్, హౌ యూ సార్?
గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్. గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్. హౌ ఆర్ యు ఆల్?
యా ఫైన్ సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
నైస్ టు సీ యూ.
Yeah, shall we start, sir?
యా షూర్ షూర్.
All right. So, welcome to the second technical session 2. So, in the morning, we have number of discussions and deliberations. I think all the morning session is went on well. Now, welcome to the technical session 2. So, in the technical session 2, here we have Dr. D. Pradeep Kumar sir, the professor in management, meets the School of Business, Madanapalli, Institute of Technology and Science in Madanapalli. And Dr. Raghavareddy Garu is associate professor from Sai Institute of Technology, Kadapa. Yeah, Professor Pradeep sir.
Yes.
So, sir has 6 years of industry experience and 26 years of teaching experience. Sir acted as a member of Board of Studies for IITS Rajampeta and JNTU Anantapuram in the Faculty of Management. And Sir has supervised 10 research works for PhD, organized one national and 2 international conferences and many workshops, seminars and training programs. And Sir has delivered guest lectures in several institutions on marketing strategy, research methodology, organization behavior, and Sir has chaired technical sessions in different conferences and workshops. And Sir has written 4 books. One is on business analytics and research, industrial and business management, customer relations management, strategic marketing in television industry, and published nearly more than 50 papers in international and national journals. So this is a brief profile of Dr. Pradeep sir. And Dr. Raghav, he has rich experience in both academics and also in the industry experience. He worked in industry for more than 20 years, and at present he is with the Sri Sai IT and Management Kadapa, and as academician, Sir has 11 years of experience, and Sir has published papers in both in international and national journals, and has participated in various seminars both in national and international, and chaired in various seminars. So that is the brief introduction of Dr. Raghav Reddy garu. Now, for this technical session 2, Dr. Raghav Reddy garu acts as a chair, and Pradeep sir acts as a lead discussant. Now I'll hand over it to the Raghav Reddy sir. Raghav Reddy sir, start the session, please.
Yeah, hi everyone. I welcome all of you to today's discussion on this disruptive technologies and its impact on higher education, especially the management education. I'll tell you, my friends, okay, basically, like, I want to give my example, like, till my mid-30s or 35, 36, I was a layman in computers. I didn't know anything about computers, when I was 36 or 37, I got an idea of, learning SAP, and I learned it, and I changed myself. The society was changing very fast, and I just learned it, and I just went into SAP. I want to say, like, this is the topic today we are going to discuss also is the same nature. Whatever higher education or whatever the education system it is, basically or traditionally it will have its own path to travel with. And Indian higher education system has a very rich and glory past of the history. And it has been traveling, and it's been competing with many of the technologies, and it's been imbibing into it, and it's been adjusting with the technologies of the changing society. Still, it is maintaining its own glory. The same way, nowadays, it has become a buzzword to think about Generation 4, Generation 5 technologies and its impact on the higher education system. And there are, I want to say, like, I'm so sorry to say that I cannot digest some of the sentences, like big industrialists or entrepreneurs, they started, throwing the statements like, we can learn anything in YouTube, but we go to colleges or schools only for entertainment. I don't accept this. Somehow, being myself a part of academics, I don't feel it's a good thing. Higher education system, if it is the case, like when it would have been faded away long ago, because it's been maintaining its own pace with technology. I equally accept, I being a person who worked for almost 10 to 11 years in SAP, I know that technology is changing so much, but higher education also is very active. It's been accepting the changes and adopting the changes into it, and it's been going on with the same pace. One thing I want to say, a doctor or a surgeon from America, like, he conducts an operation on a patient who is lying on a bed in a hospital in Hyderabad. It's through technology. And somewhere in some country, like, in a hotel, the supplier has been replaced by a robot. It happened. And even the wall painters have been replaced by robots. It happened. And even a marketing executive or a marketing manager who is sitting in his own corporate office, in between the 4 walls, he can see what is happening in the market. It happened. It's all the impact of the technology. But I want to say here, the technological growth and the advancement, it's going to directly reflect only in the corporate sector first. But here we cannot sit silent, in the universities or in the colleges. We are the people who have to supply the human resource to the industry. And from higher education background only, we are going to supply the human resource to work in the industry. It means to say the people who are going out of the universities are to be, imparted with or, given with the techniques about the latest technologies that are coming in the industry. And then they need to be prepared with industry readiness and sent out. This is quite possible when we, the teachers in the higher education system, are equipped with the latest technologies, with latest technologies. This is what the thing is happening. If we go deep into this, there are so many things which we have to adapt with, and curriculum changes and adopting the latest changes in the industry into the curriculum. And we ourselves, the teachers, have to get developed, updated with the technology, and we have to teach the students all these things. But change in the technology is inevitable. Change is not a choice. Change is compulsory. It keeps on changing. Change is the only thing we know which is constant in the world is only the change. So technology and change has very good rapport relationship. It keeps changing, but if we really want to maintain our own existence, we have to change ourselves. We have to learn the changes in the technology, and we should be in a position to teach our students in the classroom about what is going to happen in the industry. And this is what I say, this is not something like a big tempest kind of thing that we have to be filled with bafflement. We have to simply understand, maintain pace with the latest technologies, and give it to our students in the classroom. And this is enough. And there is nothing to fumble or nothing to stumble with. So change in technology is inevitable. And it is equally inevitable from our side that we have to learn all the things and be a better advanced teacher, develop a teacher. This is what I wanted to really put before you today. And I, being a person with good industry experience, this is what I happened. I understood, I followed it, I experienced it, I enjoyed it. I'm an example for myself. So I tell you, this is what the thing. There are, how about the technology, changes in the technologies, latest technologies that are taking place in the society have been given by all our earlier speakers. So here, without making much ado, I want to just turn up myself and give place to the many paper presenters who have come here today to present their ideas in a novel way. And thanks for the nice opportunity. Thank you, sir. And here I feel it's my privilege to invite Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar, sir, whom I know in the past 2 decades, and he's a good human being, and he's a very, very good academician. And I feel happy to listen to you, sir. Dr. Pradeep, sir. Sir, sir, light hello, sir, Pradeep, sir. I request all the paper presenters today be ready with their presentations, and you'll get turn. Just we are waiting for the next speaker. Within a minute, he's going to appear on the screen.
Sir. Disconnect.
Net disconnected, na?
అదే కనకలత ముందు పిలుస్తాను.
శ్రీకాంత్ అన్న.
శ్రీకాంత్ పిలిచి అయితే
ఇప్పుడు సార్ రావాలి.
శ్రీకాంత్.
శ్రీకాంత్
సార్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత కదా.
శ్రీకాంత్
బండి శ్రీకాంత్. మూడోది వేసినాం చూడండి సార్. మూడని వేసాం. ఇప్పుడు సెషన్ లో ఉంటుంది సార్.
సార్ మాట్లాడిన తర్వాత కదా. శ్రీకాంత్ రెడ్డి గారు. Research scholar YVU, be ready with your paper, please. And soon after Pradeep sir's speech, you are going to be the first presenter.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
ఆయన ఇప్పుడు స్టార్ట్ చేసుకోండి.
No. You don't need to start right now. Be ready, please. Sir, రావాలి. Yes, finally, Professor Pradeep sir is on the screen. Sir, Professor Pradeep sir, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reddy Garu.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Subrayadu Garu, and all the dignitaries there. I am asked to speak on topics on technologies. Actually, this is a very interesting topic because we all have been going through these disruptive technologies, especially when it comes to academics. For the past 10 years, it has seen, when we all have seen stupendous changes in the way a faculty work, student work. When we have joined academics, some 30 years back, the scenario was not like this. It was completely different. Our job was only to teach and come back, take some notes, paper, written things. So maybe Dr. Subrayadu also remembers how we used to write it on the board and come back. But these days, it is not the case. It's very much different. So many technologies have come. In fact, this kind of meeting also, what technology, it has disrupted the whole thing. This was unthought of earlier, that a conference, a seminar can be organized in this way also. Yeah, hope I am audible. Can someone respond?
Audible, sir.
Yeah, it's clear. Okay. So this was the challenge that we faced. Okay. So looking at, when I was thinking about disruptive technologies, how do we understand when a technology gets in? How do we understand that it is a disruptive technology? Is this just a fad trend, or is this going to stay for years? How do we understand, and how do we respond to these disruptive technologies? That's what the thought process that went through my mind when I just heard about this particular topic. So I was trying to gather some notes, material, etc. But it is very clear that we have to study any change that comes into our industry, to analyze it for whether it is a fad, trend, or a mega trend. So, which we study in our Philip Kotler. In the same way, disruptive technologies have to be identified first. Then they have to be studied for how long they are going to stay. Then should we consider this as a disruptive technological change, disruptive strategic change, or disruptive innovation? What is it? According to that, our responses to these technological changes would differ. Yeah, in fact, when we started taking online classes, we are forced to take because of the COVID situation. So that time I was discussing with some of my friends who are in the teaching profession only. So we were thinking, yeah, how is the effectiveness of these online classes? How are the teachers preparing? How are the students preparing? And what is the extent of knowledge transfer happening in online classes? So one of my senior colleague was telling, it's all nonsense. As teachers, we do not have to study much. We just have to put up some slides. And anyway, there is no student who is interested to listen to these online classes. It's a failure. But it is the thing that is going to stay, whether we like it or not, whether we are prepared for it or not, whether we are equipped with the technologies, with the attitude, with the mindset or not, this is going to stay. So when a new technology comes, it becomes imperative for us to analyze and check whether this particular technology is going to stay or this is going to fade off in few days or weeks or months time. When I was working in my previous college, SRM College of Engineering, there was a project done by one of the students. So he was doing a study on attrition from pagers to mobiles. That was a very beginning stage of mobile technology. So we were really wondering, I don't know, most of the students, even some of the young faculty also do not know what are pagers. There used to be pagers. It is only to text some message wherever you are, you will receive the message and respond back. So there were certain companies which used to make pagers, but the mobile technologies have come, mobiles have come. So that company has asked our student to do a study whether the technology of mobiles can be stopped and can we promote the pages technology only and extend the life of the pages. So he has done some study, and when he was presenting on the stage during his reviews, he was trying to tell no, pagers technology would survive and mobiles technology is only a fade off. So that time, some of the teachers, we all were telling, no, mobile technology is going to stay. Even if you are invested lots of money on your pagers technology also, there is no point in fighting for the survival of the pagers technology. You have to close it down. You have to invest now, transfer all your investments now to mobile technologies. There were disagreements during the review. There were arguments, but finally we know what has come to stay, that the mobile is invariably the next technological option for people to communicate, and pages have taken a natural depth. So any new technology naturally kills the older technology. That's why we call it as disruptive technologies. Okay, now if we look at, say, for example, I just would like to take the 5G 5G network connectivity, how it may change the way people communicate with one another, and especially the higher education industry, how it's going to change. Like I remember my olden days from blackboard teaching, we have moved to overhead projectors. There used to be transparencies. We used to project them and teach. We used to write on the transparencies. Then came, okay, PPTs we used to make, and we used to make the presentation. Now came the onlines. Now, what I'm actually doing in my classes, I used to take up a case study. Suppose for case study discussion, if I take up, I would directly go to the websites and I would directly go to certain videos, show them, and ask people to connect in the class itself through their mobiles to different websites, different online discussions, different blogs, and try to contribute ideas for the problems in the case. So in the process, I wanted to show them as many videos as possible. But because of the maybe 4G technology, because of our network connectivity, though I wanted to, though most of the students are interested in this kind of a case methodology discussion where videos are played, where students are allowed to access their mobiles for referring to certain online chats, discussions, logs, and then respond and interact in the class. This is not readily possible because 4G technology probably is not permitting it to the extent it is supposed to be supporting. But with 5G technology, when it comes, we can imagine how the classroom discussion would change. Now, earlier days, we used to catch the students if he carries a mobile in the class, and we used to impose a fine also on the student who carries a mobile in the class. But now, what is it? We ourselves are encouraging our students to use mobiles in the class. We wanted them to use, and we wanted them to access to several websites in the class itself. Take notes, and surprised. In fact, one of the student who was in my class, he actually done his BBA from Bangalore, and we have given a case study in the classroom. And you know what he has done? Immediately he has connected to his friend who is doing MBA in Bangalore College. He has sent these links, and he is taking his inputs during my class, and he is exchanging those inputs. So I asked him, why don't you connect him instead of letting you connect? We had to connect, and we could hear another student studying in another college to take part in our case discussion. How the classroom is changing, and we have not thought that these kinds of things would happen. Okay, then how do we respond? How do either as individual teachers or as students or as institutions, educational institutions, how should we respond to these disruptive technologies? Uh, One thing is that even if we analyze also, we may not be able to figure out whether this technology is going to stay for long or its life is limited. So if we are not able to analyze or finalize or compare conclusion on that, how do we take a decision to invest in it? Like, for example, our institute, if we have to promote these kinds of online classes and online discussions, online forums and all, what amount of networking capacity our institute should have, and how much we need to, how much of network connectivity should we have a 500 MB space, should have a 1 GB, 2 GB, 5 GB network speed. What is that speed that we require, and how much to invest in that speed? Okay, how many routers we must have, how every classroom should be having that kind of an infrastructure to facilitate the discussions in the classroom. Okay, so if managements have to take a decision on that, now they have to think whether it is a disruptive technology or not. Otherwise, what will happen? Today we'll invest in say 1 GB, 2 GB or 5 GB speed. We'll invest in the routers. We'll invest in all the hardware. And tomorrow, if it becomes a fad and another technology comes, all the investment that is made into this particular technology would become a waste. So that time, whoever is suggesting, whoever is recommending this to the management to invest in these kinds of technologies, now you can imagine his fate. Okay, so how do companies, institutions, organizations take a decision? So there is two, three types of a decision. One such decision is you try to continue your older technology only is one method. Like, see, if you take up Apple, Apple said, no, there are so many technological features that are brought into mobile technology, but it has believed only in quality, and it said, yeah, we will not change our focus. Our core focus would remain, and we will not change. Of course, upgradation in that technology Apple has made, but it has not deviated much on its core focus. So try to or continue to invest in older technology, but keep an eye open on the new technologies coming. That is one strategy. Second one is, if you are able to identify that this is the new innovative technology, this is the disruptive technology, and if this is going to be the game changer for everybody acting in the industry, then you have to make quick decisions, quick investments into it, and make every stakeholder of this to embrace this change, accept this change, and equip themselves to this change. So, as Dr. Raghu Reddy sir was telling earlier, it is no, should it be a reactive change or a proactive change? So, if you identify that is a disruptive technology and it is going to stay for a period of time, then it should be a proactive change. So, so forecast the upcoming technologies beforehand. Equip your faculty, equip your students, equip your non-teaching faculty, equip your classrooms, equip your infrastructure so that you meet these changes. If you don't do that, you would be lagging behind, and many other institutions or competitors would take it forward, and they would take the advantages of all the first movers. So where do you want to be? Okay, that is one. Another way of responding, another strategy to respond to this is have both. Have your legs on both the technology. Continue to invest in your older technology. Make sure your die-hard cultures, the core values, the core focus of your business stays intact as it is. Continue to invest on those core values and principles, on those technology are very strong, and simultaneously you need to be investing on these disruptive technology. What percentage you have to invest in your core technologies or traditional technologies or earlier technologies, and what percentage of the investment should be on your new and innovative technologies, that we need to decide upon. Okay, so these are three ways that we respond to these disruptive technologies. One is continue to invest in your older technologies. Second is fully invest in your disruptive technologies if you have the confidence and if you are able to see the light at the end of the tunnel, or continue to invest in both the technologies in a proportionate manner depending upon the data and the analysis that you made. So another thing is, it is the strategic investment decisions. So it is not investing only on the technologies, but your strategic investment must be on what kind of experience you provide to the target. What is the experience? Technology is one, but technology through certain environment that you are creating only can give them the experience. Technology alone cannot give them the experience. So what kind of an experience as educational institutions you would like to provide your students or the parents or the industry? So these are our basic stakeholders. Okay. First, direct beneficiaries are the students who take the inputs from you. But ultimately, it is the industry to whom we give these students as The more in this input, that is the student, the better the society would benefit out of it. So it is again, what is our contribution as an educational movement to the nation by leveraging on the technologies, on the acts of the students, and bringing satisfaction in the families of the students and their parents. So if this kind of experience is to be created, what is it that the actual industry is looking at? Instead of taking the students and train them further in their campuses, what they want is they want industry ready students. So now gone are those days where we are teaching the subjects, but we are making specific trained. No, I may say in our MBA program, we have 10 students meant to take up jobs for TCS. We have 20 students who are trained to take up jobs in Wipro. I have 50 students who can take up jobs for Volvo. Likewise, what are we making now? We are now making company specific trained students. So now if say TCS recruits our students, these are already trained on the procedures, practices, and the softwares that are used in TCS. So these are definitely on the Microsoft Office, the OS, the Azure, the presentation platforms, on all those softwares. These TCS guys are thoroughly trained. Suppose if I am training them for Oracle SAP. When I say I have some 25 students who are trained for Oracle SAP, from the day one they have joined, their aspirations, their competencies, their abilities are gathered, collected, and accordingly they are trained for a period of 2 years. And in these 2 years, they are now not industry ready, they are company ready. Earlier we were telling they are ready to take up a job. Now they are ready to take up a software job. Even more, they are ready to take up a TCS job. Likewise, we are training them. So how do we train them? It's naturally a task or challenge for the faculty or the institutions. It has to have a long-term plan, which company, which job, again, job specific training. Is it good for Salesforce training? Is it good for a software development or testing, or what kind of a job? So gone are those days where we are teaching subjects. We first focus on what kind of a job, what kind of a platform, what kind of an industry, then we align the subjects for them to teach. Where our teaching industry is going, how the teaching methodologies have changed. So these disruptive technologies, really, how many of our universities, institutions, or managements have really understood and taking this forward? I would rather say, in fact, if I take up this discussion with some of my friends in the same academic circles, not many would appreciate. Of course, I have a few friends who would really appreciate with my thinking, our thinking. But no, there are very few who would be able to appreciate and actually implement it. So very easy, it is easier said than done. So I can very easily say that we can do it. But when it comes to actually implementing that, how much of investment that I need to make? Okay. So these responses of the industries or institutes or organizations is the fundamental thing when we talk about disruptive technologies. Are organizations equipped for this? Is the fundamental thing that we need to look up. So we are here as institutions, we are thinking. But what about the governing bodies or the institutions or organizations that govern these rules? What is that the ACT talking about? What is the NBA and the NAC talking about? What are affiliating universities talking about? Are they imposing guidelines or enforcing the institutions to go up, or are they trying to equip or spread the information that yes, these are the disruptive technologies that are going forth or coming up in our particular industry, and these kind of changes are going to come up, and this is how our faculty, students, and institutions and facilities have got to be equipped with. So we look forward to those governing bodies or agencies to share those guidelines, how the institutions, faculty, and students can equip themselves to face these disruptive technologies. One more thing I would like to take up. Say, suppose we are now training students to be job specific, company specific, industry specific. What if these companies get closed down because of the disruptive technologies? What if these jobs are lost because of the disruptive technologies? So will there be a fit in the coming industry? So it is a call to be taken up by all the academicians who are here. So I throw this slide for the next presenters to throw light upon and deliberate on some of these issues and take the discussion forward. So maybe if the organizers permit me, I may close this and I can take a few questions if anybody is interested to ask.
So any queries, please? Seems there are questions, sir. There are no questions. Oh, no, right. Okay, sir, and thank you so much. And really, I got the good smell of marketing lecture today. And and as you said, sir, like you have given a good example, like landlines, land mobiles through pages, metamorphosized into mobiles, and pages are the natural dyers. And it was a good example that I have given. As you said, whenever the new technology comes into the market, we don't need to get panic and fold the sleeves and get to the work to trying to understand it, trying to understand and imbibe it. Better to take rest and relax well, and whether they think like whether it is a natural dyer or it's going to be a disruptive innovation, it's good. And in an article I have studied, sir, like as you said, landlines and pages and mobile phones, detergent cakes, detergent powder, and detergent liquid also is nowadays. This is called the continued innovation, like I said. And as the pages die naturally and give birth to mobiles. But here in this example, cake and powder and liquid, naturally all these things are really living. This is called continued innovation. Anyhow, your discussion, your speech was really like depicts that you are a hardcore marketing teacher, and we are very happy to see you as well as to listen to your thought sharing, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts in this August gathering, and I wish this conference a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Next,
You take it, sir. Now let's move on to the business, real business. Like I want to invite Bandit Srikanth, research scholar, YB University, to go on his presentation, please, if he's ready. Bandit Srikanth.
Good morning to one and all.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir.
Madam,
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Myself,
yeah,
Bandit
Srikanth, go ahead,
Srikanth,
please.
myself, Bandit Srikanth, a research scholar of Yogi Vemana University. Topic is an advanced zero regarding to the human resource management perspective. Here, among the youth. It means that especially the business management education may help to develop the entrepreneurial spirit in the youth. Today, the business schools may face a lot of challenges in terms of imparting the quality of education among the youth. First of all, we observe in the history noted that in India, the management education was first observed in the year of 1866 with the name of commercial school in Pachayappa Charities in the southern city of the Chennai. First, if you go for that introduction of that management education, management education is to be considered as an exclusive as it attracts the young men and women who are usually motivated by the positive consequences associated with the management education. It's really that at present, outside of the USA, India has the largest number of management schools compared to any other country in the world. It means that when the majority of the people are attracted towards the management education, and then only there is a possibility to incorporate the management institutions in India. The business management education means to be changed from that globalization and technological changes. When the technology may be changed automatically, it means the change is need to be invited because of that change, the curriculum will be changed year by year. In that way, the industrial revolution 4.0, fourth industrial revolution, it is generally to be indicated as an 4.0. Introduction. And go for that impact of globalization on business and management education. Due to the globalization, the urbanization will be increased. The urbanization intends that the people to be shifted from rural area to the urban area. The globalization may helps to open up of the trade market like import and export. In that, gradual increases of organized retail chains like to be a DMart or Reliance Trends, these are all to be increased in the globalization tenure. Challenges in management education. Today, the majority of the observed in many articles, and some of the academicians also said that there is a gap between in the industries. It means a gap is there between education as well as the job requirement. That is the first challenge generally to be faced by the automatically universities are need to be adopt those changes and to be adjust their curriculum according to the changes which may observed into the industries. In general, in the colleges, the teachers generally to taught the concepts with general case studies. That is not really enough to the students for getting of the good managerial skills, how to be managed in the real-time situation. These are the challenges generally to be observed in the management education. Few academicians to be concentrates on the industrial requirement. Second one, lack of industry-based specializations. In the curriculum also, in the MBA generally to be an finance, marketing, HR or systems is the general specializations, but the specializations are not to be enough for getting of the job into the like to be an uh, supply chain management or else like at the PG stage, those a few people are to be going for management research in terms of the management discipline. And next, the 5 trends which was observed into the 2021. The first one is a digital marketing.
Sorry to interrupt, Srikanth.
Tell me, sir.
Can you speed up, please? There are frequent pauses even from your side, something internet problem it seems. And can you speed up, please? Can you wind up?
Okay. Data analytics and consulting.
The queue is so big. Right.
Okay. These industrial revolutions, when we observed from one to the mechanization to electrification, electrification to automation, automation to the globalization, and globalization to the digitalization. These are the 12 fundamental words into the fourth revolution, industrial revolution 4, that is an 4.0, enterprise resource planning, Internet of Things, industry Internet of Things, big data, artificial intelligence, M2M means mission to mission, digitalization, smart factory, mission learning, ecosystem, cyber physical system. CPS is a separate production system, which may the management practices which is generally intense to the industrial revolution of 4.0. Among that, first one is an organizational culture. In the changing or present business environment, organizational structures may play a very important role in the development of an organizational climate. Organizational climate is to be suitable for learning and innovation. Where the organizational climate should be very congenial and good, that organizations generally to be given importance for the innovations and learning of the new things to the employees. Today, the organizations are generally to be moved from mechanistic design to the organic designs. The mechanistic designs generally to be intense.
Srikanth, sorry to interrupt. Srikanth, sorry to interrupt. Can you please wind up because there are so many people after you to be present.
Okay.
And okay, it was so interesting, but due to lack of time, we couldn't complete it. Thank you. Anyhow, happy research, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Anand.
Yeah. Next, I would like to invite V. Kanakalata, research scholar, please.
Sir, madam. Madam.
5 minutes, sir.
Srikanth.
Madam.
Yes, Srikanth, it's over. Your turn is over.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. 5 minutes, sir. Kanakalata, madam, please. Yeah.
Mute చేసింది.
Next వెళ్తాం.
Sir, are you ready for presentation? అడగండి లేదంటే.
Yeah, Kanakalata, please. Madam, can I see you on the screen, please? Can you go with your presentation?
మనకి వినిపిస్తుంది కదా అమ్మాయికి. మనం చెప్పేది వినిపిస్తుంది. నెక్స్ట్ గుణశేఖర్. అమ్మాయి చేసుకో.
Yep. Unmute. Kanakalata garu, can you please unmute your system, please? We don't hear you. We can't hear you. ఇట్లా వంగాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు.
అవసరం లేదు. మాట్లాడండి.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next will.
గుణశేఖర్.
Yeah, please. The next is Dr. K. Gunashekhar, please. Dr. K. Gunashekhar. ఇది ఎవరు లేరు
ఉన్నారు సార్, ఉన్నారు, పలకట్లేదు.
అది ఆమె ఉంది దగ్గరే ఉంటాయి. నాకు సైకలాజికల్ ఫీలింగ్ దాని దగ్గర పోతున్నాను.
అవసరం లేదు సార్.
లేరు, ఇద్దరు లేరు.
గుణశేఖర్, ఆర్ యూ రెడీ ఫర్ ప్రెజెంటేషన్?
మేడం శైలజ బెన్నీ కదా
చేస్తున్నారు, వెళ్ళిపోయినారు సార్.
ఆడున్న వాళ్ళు పిలవాలన్నా?
లేదు, అది నెక్స్ట్ ఉంటుంది.
యా ఓకే.
నెక్స్ట్ మల్లికార్జున. ఉంది వాళ్ళు.
Okay, then we're moving to Dr. G. Naveen Kumar, please.
Next.
Okay, next, Guru Raj.
Please respond, ma.
Guru Raj, is something has happened? Why nobody is responding?
Sir, Gururaj led.
Next.
Malikarjun.
Yes, Ismail. Next.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, Ismail garu.
Ismail led, sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. This is Mallikarjun.
Mallikarjunachari.
Yeah, please, Mallikarjunachari. Please, can you go ahead with your presentation, please?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
And I want to tell you that you have only 5 minutes time, and I would like to disturb you just a minute before your 5 minutes ends.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Please,
Sir,
please.
can I say orally, sir?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, good afternoon, one and all. And today, related to my topic, impact of technology on higher education in India. And I am the scholar of Yogi University. And my supervisor is Dr. P. Varapalakula. And related to today's seminar, the impact of technology on higher education in India, the success of Indian firms and professionals in the information technology arena during the last decade has been spectacular. Entrepreneurs, bureaucrats, and politicians are now advancing views about how India can ride the ID background of left block into knowledge-based economy. And the economic value of IT depends greatly on level of economic progress a nation has already achieved. The next generation is purely depend upon internet. Internet hopes to rectify that by providing higher bandwidth and better quality audio and video to enable multimedia as well as a high amount of interactivity, which is so essential in learning. The student based in rural India will be able to access the best. Therefore, a student in village in India will be able to virtual access the best laboratories in the world. How can we set up? See, earlier we have face-to-face teaching. Now we are going for virtual teaching and everything. The impact of technology is also technology on faculty is also playing a vital role. See, nowadays, changing the way of faculty work is defined and evaluated. The impact of new technology on faculty work cannot be considered in the isolation from the broader external forces driving the transformation of university. It also important to place the impact of new technology on performance and evaluation of faculty work in the context of other major trends, redefining the nature of faculty work and overall standing of a profession. The role of learning and learning technology is also placing a crucial role. Learning technology has already provided the means for additional access and capability. It has been uh, and it has been laid down the most motivated institutions to take up advantage of this development. While some institutions that specialize in distance program have adopted new ways to set up expectations, provide advice, and provide support. Most of the students are looking to the heart of their learning experience, interaction with the faculty, to judge whether educational endeavors is worth the time and effort. Predictions for learning technology. The approach is to apply the prediction screen covered along with what has been argued as the most compelling need of student achievement. Except to see more of the internet technology, we have to concentrate on additional co-factors also. And today, most faculty, while not being entirely comfortable with technology, understand the potential of the internet. Yet, becoming an internet course developer makes absolutely no sense for them, given tight time constraints, their interests or expertise. And the concept of classroom at the center of the learning interaction and engagement is not going away anytime soon. In fact, we are seeing a trend in marrying the online and classroom experience, doing that we always have done, but better. There are many benefits of higher education technology. Higher education technology is useful to society as it enriches education itself. Education aided with proper technology may do wonder. Technology has influenced education. Many see technology as a solution for higher education studies. There are some of the benefits with the computers, mics, speakers, and online portals. And also, we have seen the more and more growth related to the IT jobs, and also government also has to concentrate on developing of more and more related to this. And conclusion point of view, the above or else we have to be more effective teachers, whether teaching if face to face or online. As of our study progress, each of us found that we were indeed doing many of the same types of things in both FTP and online courses. Yet we realized that the role we played in creating climate was even more critical in our online course. We examined why we felt that community was so important, how we were each doing so in our online courses, and how that process differed from developing community in FTP class. Thank you. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Mallikarjunachari. We are so happy with your paper presentation, and we wish you happy research. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Next, Mr. A. Anand, please. Mr. A. Anand.
రెస్పాండ్ గమ్మనండి సార్ అసలు ఉన్నారని
A final call, Mr. A. Anand.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Yeah, please, good evening. You have only 5 minutes time, please. I will disturb you 1 minute before your time ends.
So, okay, sir. I'll tell you over.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, good evening to one and all, sir, sirs and madams. This is Anand, research scholar, under the guidance of Dr. Vijay Bharatan, Department of Commerce. Today, I'm going to present on the topic of impact of information technology and education in today's scenario. Regarding introductory point of view, this is the era of information technology. Nowadays, every aspect of our life is connected to information technology. Usage of information technology is emerging in all over the world. Although use of information and technology is spreading its impact in every field of life. And but it impacts significantly in the field of education to make learning process interesting as well as successful. Information-rich society promotes new practices and paradigms for education, where the teachers has to play new role of mentoring, coaching, and helping students in their studies, rather than to play conventional role of spoon feeding in the classrooms. Students can learn independently, having a wide choice of program selection, and access to information. Nowadays, With the help of technology, the education for children is no longer boring and cumbersome some as the education technologies have made it much more interesting and easier to use. And about information technology, the history of information storage and dissemination indicates that human beings use different things for information storage, its display and transmission. In different ages, people use different materials and methods for communication, such as rocks, stones, and palms, palm leaves, animal leather, and handicrafted manuscripts for storing and transmitting the information from one place to another place and the next generation. At present, knowledge may be regarded as power, and it comes from having information. Information encompasses and relies upon the use of different communication channels or technologies called information technologies. For its effectiveness and equal access, information technologies may extend beyond, beyond the geographical boundaries of a state or a country, providing relevant information to the relevant people around the clock. Information technology is any computer-based tool that people use to work with information and support the information and information processing needs of an organization. And then when we see the role of information technology in education, what is the role which we can see in the information technology regarding education? Broadly, information technology is defined as the use of computers to study, send, retrieve, store, and manipulate information used widely in business organizations and now in the field of education as well. Many of schooling systems are now using information technology to provide better understanding of difficult concepts to students in classroom and at home. Several points I gathered regarding what is the role which we played important in information technology in our education concept. That is, information technology has made both teaching and learning easier because nowadays information technology is rapidly increasing, so that in order to become
1 minute more, please, Anand Garu.
Sir, sorry, sir.
Just a minute more.
Okay, sir.
Dr. G. Naveen Kumar, please.
Yes, sir. Abba helpinada. Anand. Naveen.
Dr. G. Naveen Kumar. Ismail. Ismail, yes, please. Ismail, what? Yes.
Led.
Led. Next.
Lavanya and Milton's.
Yeah, Mrs. Lavanya Vishwanath.
Sir.
Yeah, please, madam, go ahead with your paper. And you have your 5 minutes time, and I may disturb you just a minute before your time ends, please.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. This is Lavanya, the research scholar of the Department of Business Management, Yogi Vemana University. So, under the supervision of Dr. Y. Subbarayadu, sir. And coming to the title of my paper, a study on students' perception towards social media in higher education, done for the private colleges. So here, coming to the social media in higher education sector, the technology is completely redesigning the outlook of the entire higher education sector. So complementary developments and the advancements in the technology are showing much impact on the method of teaching, the interactions among the student and the teacher, and the style of sharing the messages or contents. So whatever the data they are going to share between the student and the teacher. So here, coming the higher education sector is confronting many technological changes and had undergone many substantial transformations in the 21st century. So the traditional classes are transforming into the virtual classes on various online social media platforms like Google Classroom, Teachmint, etc. So the technology could change the medium of content exchange between the teacher and the student without having significant changes in the content. So the content is not going
Sorry to disturb you, madam. Can we see you on the screen,
yes,
please?
Sir?
Can we see you on the screen? Can you switch on your video?
Yes, sir. So actually the PPT is visible, sir.
No, it's not visible. Nothing is visible. Just we see your name, please.
Just a minute. Okay, sir. Just a minute, sir. I'll share the PPT. Sir, is the PPT visible now, sir?
No, it's not. It's not clear. It's like it's just like a screenshot. We don't see it in a PPT format.
Make it full screen.
Okay, పోనీ, అట్లా చేయను.
అంటే ఓకే.
It's okay, madam. You can just proceed with.
Yes, sir. So coming to the role of social media in the higher education, the social media is playing a vital role in and the benefits of the students are going to be in different contexts, such as providing the better learning techniques, gaining and sharing the practical oriented knowledge, making the virtual presentations, developing the social communities, learning digital literacy skills, even experiencing the global exposure and then enhancing their global experiences, competencies, etc. So here, coming to the constraints of the social media, as the social media is going to have both the positive side as well as the negative side also. That means there are some constraints, especially in the education sector, where the students are require some controlling measures while using the social media. So here the social media has its constraints in the education sector, which are going to include the students are going to get addicted to the social media platforms, and also going to be being deviated from their studies, as well as the student may access social media for the personal collaborations and interactions despite of academic purposes. And here the privacy and the safety measures also play an important constraints in the sector of these students, and similarly the cyberbullying, and there are so many other technical skills like technical problems like a lack of technical skills, taking some process to search, network issues, technical problems in downloading and uploading the data, security factors, and all this. And coming to the objectives of my study, the main objectives are to know the significance of the social media in higher education sector and to analyze the students' perception towards the usage of social media in the higher education. Coming to the research methodology. So the research design which I have chosen is the descriptive research, and the data collection I have gone for choosing primary data and the secondary data. So I had gathered the primary data by using a well-structured questionnaire, and the secondary data from the literature reviews. And the sample I have gone for choosing are the postgraduate students from the private colleges, and the sample size is about 100. And I have gone for using the weighted average means as my statistical tools. And coming to the interpretations of my study, so the interpretations had revealed that social media has a significant and prominent role in dissemination of the knowledge virtually among the students in the higher education sector. And also the students revealed that the students have a positive perception towards the usage of social media for academic purposes in the higher education, like watching videos from the education sites to complement what has been taught in the classes, and even maintaining the good accessibility between the teacher and the student, etc. So here the students are more comfortable with the usage of social media platforms in accomplishing their virtual assignments, online presentations, and even in the other academic activities. So coming to the conclusion, the social media and its tools are changing the system of education with the use of advanced technology, which is more helpful to both the students and the facilitators. So here my study suggests and concludes that the facilitators should project the students be benefited with the usage of social media by incorporating some about its usage the higher education sector. So of course there are so many constraints in this by using the social media in the education sector, but we cannot ignore the technology updates. Why? Because we have to run along with the technology in the competitive world. So thanks for giving me this opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, it was so nice of you having your paper presentation today, madam, and happy research. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, Vishnuvardhan, please. I can Vishnuvardhan.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, please. Go ahead, and you have, Vishnu, you have only 5 minutes time, and I will disturb you 1 minute before your time ends.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Well, first of all, good afternoon to the dignitaries on the desk and renowned professors, research persons. Here I am about to present the paper entitled The Banking Technology, Frauds, Fraudulent Areas and Remedies. It is a group paper written by Professor Dr. Sudarshan Murthy, Professor Gurunatha Naidu, and my respected teachers, well-wisher Dr. B. Gangaya Garu, Department of MBA, Yogi Vemana University, Kadapa. Sorry for the video clarity, sir, because there is a huge rain in Tirupati. I am not able to be visible to the screen. Well, let's get started. Right. Well, the introduction. The reason why I have picked the banking technology is because even the payment gateway for the attending this seminar is we are currently using the phone pay method or the QR code scanner. And right now, because during the COVID-19 period, we have majorly used the online banking technology, and it has shown a great impact on our GDP because there was no availability of ATMs, and there was no availability of cash inflows because the banks were closed during that time. And since the inception of the 4G technology, we were able to use online payments, mobile payments, and e-bill payments, and so on. And it had become a fundamentally norm for how financial transactions are carried out nowadays. With increased transformation, these advancements are dominantly followed by the growth of fintech and neo banks that are making the entire banking process more convenient and hassle-free for customers. Other objectives of the representation. The following objectives have been designed to get meaningful inferences of the study: to review the significance of banking technology, to identify the fraudulent areas so as to be aware of the customers in the transactions, to find out the challenges ahead on banking technology, and to evolve a package of solutions for the customers. Well, it has three main parts involving data collection, period of study, and the scope of limitations. Well, let's go through the process of banking technology. As you can see on the screen, I have shared how the wire transfer technology, that is the online transaction, works. Well, it starts from the sender, that is an individual person, and then the data gets sent to the remittance service provider, that is the host server, and then it gets transferred to the local bank, where the local bank gets a message that we need to share that we need to transfer or receive money, and then it gets to the correspondent bank, where the transaction takes place, that is the receiving or sending. And then we get again the data gets sent that the money has been received or transferred from the receiver or sender, and then we get the message saying that that your bank has been credited with the amount. And next, let's deal with the fraudulent areas, that is the disruptive technology in the banking industry. Well, it has almost 12 to 13 places where the fraudulent areas are taking place, and every almost 60% of the Indian population is the victim of online fraudulent banking types. So let's go on with the fraudulent types. And the first is skimming. Skimming is the a practice where a small digital scanner is attached to the ATM machine, and when a user inserts the ATM card, it gets scanned, and then the data is stolen, and it can be used by the scammers. And the second one is card not received. This occurs when a bank sends out a new replacement card to the customer, because ATM cards have sorry for that, because the ATM cards have only 3 to 4 years of validity, and then the bank sends the new one, and then at that time, due to mishaps between the
deliveries, our cards get stolen, and this can lead to a huge impact on our finances. And the third one is in-person stealing the card and the pin. And as you can see in the picture down, the credit cards can be stolen, and the data can be used by other carders. And this is a practice where the carders stole our data, and our finance and our bank balance will be emptied. And the fourth one is phone bank fraud. Similar to the online bank fraud, this is a type of banking fraud attempts where uh, sometimes we get OTPs, and if we get and we say the OTP to the caller or any the scammer, we lose our money in the banks. And the fifth one is CEO fraud, and this is a new type of fraudulent activity which is taking place frequently in foreign countries, where we get a business email saying that this is your company CEO, and I need some financial and since my bank account is currently frozen, I am not able to move some assets to continue the purchase, and please send some amount to the link I have provided to
Sorry,
you.
Vishnu, sorry to interrupt. Like now, it's up time, please. Time up.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I will go to a conclusion.
Yeah, please.
Well, this concludes that there is a huge need in improvement in our banking technology in our India, and moreover, we need new technologies to stop the fraudulent areas where people are being affected in our daily life. With this, I would like to conclude the presentation, and thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, happy research, Vishnu. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, B. Tejasvi, please.
Good
B.
afternoon.
Tejasvi. Hello.
Good afternoon. Start your presentation, bro.
Oh, can you people start a presentation, please?
Yes.
Yeah, and you have only 5 minutes time, please.
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Good evening to all the dignitaries who are participating and present in this virtual seminar. With the major contribution of Dr. E. Nagaraj sir and Y. Subbarayadu sir, we are here to present a paper on mobile learning practices and teaching proficiency among management teachers. Myself, K. Anuradha, pursuing third BCom from Nagarjuna Degree College. Myself, Tejasvi, pursuing third BCom from Nagarjuna Degree College. In this presentation, we are going to cover the topics: introduction, proposed model, and materials, methods, results discussion, and conclusion. Coming to the introduction part, mobile learning is a means of learning using mobile devices that allow students to learn different environment. Mobile learning is a subset of e-learning, but it refers much more specifically to these laptops, mobile devices, and wireless devices such as iPads, smartphones, and tablets, and are more sophisticated mobile phones such as iPhones and Android. Most teachers have smartphones, and they are often access the internet frequently during day hours, especially the higher management education. Thus, mobile learning may add great value and provide a kind of assistance for learning process for the teachers. The rapid in computer technology.
Yeah, Tejasvi, can you share your PPT, please?
Is it visible, sir?
No, it's not at all visible.
1 second, sir.
Yeah. It's over, please. 1 second is over. 1 second. Sir, is it visible now, sir? Please go ahead. The rapid in computer technology and the internet has contributed to an increase in using different media for education. Instructional technologies can range from using software like PowerPoint and Word to hardware like laptops and smartphones in the classroom.
The well-designed educational apps are very effective for mobile learning. Current research shows that in mobile learning, interface design and attention to usability will lead to better mobile learning. This paper presents an evaluation of teachers who adapted mobile learning practices to improve their proficiency in teaching and opportunities for Indian students to use mobile learning, and it discusses the results of the study. Based on the literature, we proposed a model. Hypothesis 1, flexibility positively and significantly influences the student's performance, and hypothesis 2, communication is positively and significantly influences the student performance. And hypothesis 3, classroom techniques is positively and significantly influences the teaching proficiency. Flexibility, communication, and classroom techniques are the independent variable, and teaching proficiency is the dependent variable, and it is dependent on flexibility, communication, and classroom techniques. And materials and methods are, the study was intended to measure the impact of mobile learning practices of teachers on their professional teaching proficiency in management education in Andhra Pradesh. The research is descriptive in nature. A convenience sampling technique has been adopted for the study to collect the data from the teachers of different universities affiliated colleges by covering both the private and public colleges in Andhra Pradesh. A structured questionnaire with required factors to measure mobile learning practices and teaching proficiency are collected and collected the data. Out of 200 questionnaires, 200 distributed questionnaires, a total of 150 questionnaires are responded and found valid and found suitable to perform analysis. Reliability and descriptive statistics are used for the analysis. And this is the results produced. The results of the regression model, mobile learning impact on teaching proficiency is presented in this table. R square explains the proportionate variance explained by mobile learning in the prediction of teaching efficiency. AIC, DIC, and RMS values denote that the regression model is found.
Yeah, Tejasvi and Anuradha, due to paucity of time, we are unable to provide you ample time. Otherwise, it was a nice presentation. Good effort. Keep going, please. Thank you.
This is the final result, sir.
Yeah, it's okay.
Standardized beta values for the path communication to teaching profession 0.22 is maximum, followed by classroom techniques to teaching proficiency 0.14 and flexibility to teaching proficiency 0.103. It means that 22% the 22% of the positive influence is stretched out from communication alone. Hence, the framed hypothesis H1, H2, and H3 are supported. And the conclusion is, the study intended to assess the overall impact of mobile learning, dimensions like flexibility, communication, and classroom techniques on the teaching proficiency of management education in Andhra Pradesh. All the three formulated hypotheses were supported. Among all the three direct paths, communication is found highest impact on teaching proficiency, followed by classroom techniques and then flexibility. Thank you for giving this great opportunity for this for this webinar. Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you,
good
sir.
luck. Good luck. Good luck. Thank you. And now let's go with Dr. D. Rajesh Babu, please. Dr. D. Rajesh Babu. Well, Close, sir. Dr. D. Rajesh Babu. K. Salma. Yes, sir. Good Yeah, evening, madam. sir. Good evening, Yeah, sirs please. and madams. Yeah, please. So, myself, I am Salma, research scholar, Yogi Vemana University, Kadapa, under the supervision of Professor T. Srinivas, sir. Today, my topic is the impact of technology on education system. So why the technology is needed in education system means lack of time, lack of accessibility, lack of resources, lack of expertise, lack of support. We need technology because it is a base for us to innovate new things and to develop new things. So that's why the technology is needed for education system. The technology impacting on education system on active learning, collaborative and cooperative learning, creative learning. It give integrative learning, evaluative learning. So in all the aspects, the technology is playing a major role. So the technology is having a positive impact on education system. That is enhanced teaching and learning. It is a positive impact on globalization, and there is no limit for geographical limitations, and it is having a higher degree of visibility, and also it is providing distance educational facility for the people, those who have an idea to learn something and those who have an idea to increase their professionalism and etc.
Rajesh Vilchan.
And also there are
Share
some advantages of technology in education system. It makes students more excited to learn, and it will provide freedom to work at home on their own time. They can work and they can learn. Train the students to learn new technology and skills, and it helps to decrease the paperwork and photocopying cost, etc. And also it will helpful for us to increase productivity, and it saves the time and having a more mobility options. So we are discussed about the positives of technology, and apart from that we have negative impacts of technology on the education system, that are declining writing skills and also increasing incidence of cheating, lack of focus, mental health, and also a data security, a lack of data security, crime rate has been increasing, and privacy problem, and digital media manipulations will be happens, and at the same time health problems in the people. Technology causes some environmental problems. So these are the disadvantages we will have with the technology. So coming to my conclusion, so the technology is having positive impact as well as the negative impact. Whatever the negative impacts, we have find out that we have to overcome these barriers, and we have to try for the new innovations so that the education system will be helpful for new learners and getting achievements, sir. That is about my presentation, sir. And thank you, Salma. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, Next,
Sir.
Dr. D. Rajesh Babu, please.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Rajesh Babu.
Sir, I'm Prashanthi, sir. I'm co-author.
Yeah, please. Prashanthi, yeah, please go ahead, and you have 5 minutes time, please.
Yes, sir.
Due to paucity of time, we are unable to provide you ample time.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I'm E. Prashanthi, research scholar under the guidance of T. Srinivas, sir, Yogi Vemana University, Kadapa. Today, I would like to present a paper on Industry 4.0, a review. So, with the co-author, Dr. D. Rajesh Babu, Assistant Professor, Sanskriti School of Business, Puttaparthi. Industry 4.0 is a concept born on a unique geopolitical circumstances, primarily as a German government attempt to mitigate the negative impacts of global economic crisis and assure the long-term growth of their economy in new circumstances. Greater flexibility, effectiveness, productivity, and improved quality standards are the significant benefits of implementing principles of Industry 4.0. The article aims to bring valid contribution towards industry, management education, and changing the economy. The article contains secondary data. The article is subject to limit few concepts related to Industry 4.0. The main objectives of this study is to understand the scenario of Industry 4.0 for the industry revolution and the social development aspects, to know the technological changes in Industry 4.0 and economic development activities. Here we have two concepts under Industry 4.0 in technology and education. Industry 4.0 in technologies, the Internet of Things, IoT, the Internet of Things, cyber physical systems, smart manufacture, smart factories, cloud computing, cognitive computing, artificial intelligence. Industry 4.0 in education. Industry 4.0 is controlled by digital tools and introduces future education models by focusing on smarter, mobile, comprehensive, and virtual education and skill developments. So my complete study was based on my review of literature. Here, according to Barry's he pointed out that economic expansion in several areas of the economy is impossible without the transportation and logistical firms. Their successful efforts assist not just the economy but also community. The changes mentioned earlier associated with the fourth industrial revolution have and will continue to impact economic changes. According to the human machine interactions, value-added services and automatic data interchange and communication are critical characteristics of this idea. According to Jijulka, manufacturers adopted various types of technologies and mechanizations to satisfy the rising demand, such as a production line with an autonomous boost output. Many management methods have evolved during this time, allowing for increased production, productivity, and efficiency. Productivity is increased through the division of labor in which each employee performs a share of total work. So based on all these reviews, in the era of Industrial Revolution 4.0 and Society 5.0, quality management is more critical than ever. Curriculum and character education, information and communication, technology-based learning resources, entrepreneurship, alignment, and evaluation are all part of.
Madam, can you please jump to the conclusions or findings and conclusions instead of spending time on literature review?
So here the main discussion is the concept of quality education and education quality standards. So the objectives will be different and the education which we are providing exactly in the curriculum is different. So here we have found out that concept of education quality should be there and the concept of education quality standard should be set to meet the objectives of Industry 4.0. The quality management in the education should also be there. Principles and components of quality management in education should be followed, and there are certain steps for education quality management should be followed. Quality management in the era of Industrial Revolution 4.0 and Society 5.0 should be matched, and competencies of Society era 5.0 should be derived. So my conclusion for this study is Industry 4.0 increased income produces demand for upgrading equipment and new data applications and consumer demand for a broader range of more and more personalized products will result in an additional income rise. Quality management in education is changing the view that educational institutions are not just industries that process and print, but instead try to focus on the wants and needs of the current and future customers. So customers are nothing but the industry people who are expecting the students who are going to become the employees, and they should be maintained the quality. Furthermore, Industry 4.0 will cause fundamental changes in the manufacturing and industrial sectors, substantially impact all value chains and open up new prospects for enhancing business models, manufacturing technologies, job creation, and work for an organization. Demonstrate that the transition to 0.0 will definitely result in cost savings, increased production efficiency, and economic development. In leadership, students should be equipped with leadership skills so that regardless of progress of technological developments and information, they have a strong character. Thank you, sir. This is about my study. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Happy learning and happy research, please. Dr. K. Gunashekhar, final call. Dr. K. Gunashekhar. V. Kanakalata, madam. V. Kanakalata. Reddappa. K. Reddappa, please.
Searching.
Searching.
Sir, yes, sir, we are there, sir.
Your good name, please. Your name, please.
Sir, myself, Jahnavi, sir.
Jahnavi. Yeah, go ahead with the presentation, please. You have 5 minutes time.
Yes,
Make
sir.
it fast.
అటెండెన్స్ లింక్ ఉంది సార్. అటెండెన్స్ లింక్ ఫిల్ చేయాలా, మనం అన్ని టిక్లు వేసుకొని చేయాలా సార్? అటెండెన్స్ లింక్ ప్రజెంట్ చేస్తేనే
Good evening to the
పెడతాము, కానీ అందరు షేర్ చేసుకుని అందరు ఫిల్ చేస్తారు.
Can we speak, sir?
Make it fast and you have only 5 minutes time, please.
Good morning to all dignitary present in virtual seminar. We are glad to present a PPT on the topic of effect of new media technologies on student performance. With the major contribution of Dr. B. Gangaya Garu, Associate Professor, Department of Business Management, YB University, Kadapa, and K. Reddappa, Sir, Vice Principal, Nagarjuna Degree College for Women, Kadapa. Myself, M.B. Jahnavi, 3rd BCom, Nagarjuna Degree. Hi, good morning, sir. Myself, P. Maheshwari, 3rd BCom, Nagarjuna Degree College for Women. This topic includes introduction, literature, material, and the introduction is education and investment from school to the university. It enables an individual to grow with adequate knowledge, critical thinking, and an environment conducive to maturation. The education world is constantly restructured and reconstructed with technological advancements. It is rightly pointed out that technology-related developments are change drivers that have significantly reshaped the landscape of higher education. IIJMT. Proposed research model. Use of smartphones positively and significantly influences the student performance. 3D technologies positively and significantly influences the student performance. Use of Google Ads positively and significantly influences the student performance. Use of Web 2.0 technologies positively and significantly influences the student performance. Massive open online courses positively and significantly influence the student performance. Use of e-library positively and significantly influences the student performance. Use of game simulations in the classroom positively and significantly influences the student performance. Use of virtual laboratories positively and significantly influences student performance. Different social networking websites positively and significantly influences the student performance. Material and methods. The study shed light on the effect of new media technologies on the student performance in Andhra Pradesh. The research is descriptive in nature. The convenient sampling techniques has been adopted for the study to collect the data from the student of different university affiliated colleges by covering public and private colleges in Andhra Pradesh. A structured questionnaire with essential dimensions of new media technologies used in the classroom and student performance is used to collect the data. Out of 200 distributed questionnaires, a total of 150 questionnaires from respondents are found valid and suitable to perform analysis. Reliability and descriptive statistics are used for the analysis using Jamovo software. Here the results and discussion in this regression model fit. Various measures are used to access the model fit for the regression model like R-square, adjusted R-square, root mean squared error. Here the R-square value is 0.537. It means that 0.537 or 53% of variation in the student performance is explained by the media technology dimensions. Adjusted R-square describes the explanatory power of multiple predictions and regression model. And the reliability and validity. The reliability and validity results of the regression model, new media technologies and students' performance are represented in table. Factor loading and average students loading indicates coveragement validity, and pro-batch alpha denotes the reliability of this model of the.
Yes, madam. Your time's up, please.
Conclude, ma.
Please, can you conclude?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please conclude.
Specific path effects. Specific path effects. The specific path effects is smartphone student performance is 0.13, 3D text student performance is 0.08, web 2.4 student performance is 0.08, MOOCs students performance is 0.18, online research student performance is 0.22. Virtual lab student performance is 0.24. So finally, the MOOCs online resources, virtual labs students mostly use these specific path effects. And here the conclusion of our research is the present study was initiated with the aim of accessing the impact on new media technology usage on student performance. The new media technology usage factors considered for the study are smartphones, 3D technologies, Google Apps, Web 2.4s, MOOCs, e-library, game simulations, online resources, and virtual laboratories. The multiple regression model was developed for this purpose and executed with software like Jamovi. The results and regression model reveal that the smartphones, 3D Web 2.4, MOOCs, and online and virtual labs are significantly influencing overall student performance on higher education college largely. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you. Next, C. Saubhagya Lakshmi, please. C. Saubhagya Lakshmi.
Exit.
K. Rajendra Prasad. K. Rajendra Prasad.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Yeah, is it K. Rajendra Prasad, please?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, please. Can you go ahead with your paper, and you have only 5 minutes, please.
Co-host. Good afternoon, sir.
Please go ahead. Rajendra Prasad, please go with your presentation, and you have only 5 minutes.
Loading PPT, sir. Sir, good evening, sir.
Yeah, please. Good evening. You have only 3 minutes time, Rajendra Prasad.
Okay,
You have already
sir.
wasted 2 minutes time.
Okay, sir. Disruptive
Yeah, please.
technologies provide the probability to get a modern education. People don't have proper resources to do that classes. Even some of the the people who are living in the villages, they do not have that much of resources to listen and to read that classes. So because of these distributive technologies, the people are able to learning through online. So nowadays, during this COVID-19 also, the people are learning so much through many websites also, so that there are drastic changes in this what is called disruptive technologies. Sir, it is visible to you, sir? PPT.
No, we can't. We don't see your PPT. We can't see your PPT.
Okay, sir. So pressures for change. What are the changes required for these distributive technologies? Declining government revenues for allocation to higher education. So there are so many. The government is spending a lot of money for higher education. So that the government recently, I mean, they are declining some of the revenues for the allocation to higher education. So that there are so many changes in this higher education, and students worried about around the tuition increases. So because of they are spending a lot of money for the only tuition fee, so that students are also they are shifting from that what is called tuition to technology based learning. And thirdly, leaders are from government and business higher education and pleading for more efficiency and more productivity and more graduates and more learning. So these are the pressures to change in the what is called disruptive technologies. So what are the main objectives of this one is, the objectives are to explore and analyze the disruptive technologies in the Indian education system, and to examine possibilities of implement disruptive technologies with pre-existing, and to measure the challenges that will be faced for implementing the same. So here, the government is spending a lot of money for higher education, promotion of higher education, so that there should be a drastic changes during this technological changes. So that here the study was exploring and analyze the disruptive technologies in the educational system. So these are thirdly, the third objective is to examine the advantages and disadvantages of the policy framework presented to the state governments for the implementation pedagogy and curriculum implementation with new design. So nowadays the people are learning through online based only, even they are living in the hometown. So they are able to attending the all online classes and also learning the new softwares during this COVID-19 and during the lockdowns periods also. The students learn a lot of things and even software, new softwares and updation their knowledge, everything with the use of this technology, especially artificial intelligence and even learning management systems, and also augmented and virtual reality and gamification and blockchain. So these are the drastic changes in these all areas. So augmented reality, what is that augmented reality? Is this uh, technology driven information being added to the experiment in this what is called higher education, and also the global educational transformation. The important is manufacturing. So many industries are using new technology to update their what is called design, product design, and even product development also. For that purpose, they are using new technology, so that they are more offering the new product to the customers in order track them. That is the manufacturing industry using this new technology, and even bank and finance system, and even the banking sector and also finance, they are also using these all new technology based, especially for finance based financial markets, like even capital market and money market. Nowadays they are using the new technology. Previously, traditionally, the people purchase the shares through offline mode only, and even IPO, even IPO also through stock people are able to purchasing that shares, doing the transactions between trading. That algorithm comes
Yeah,
that
Rajendra,
like
time is
in
up, please.
daily. Sir. Lastly,
Your time is up.
I am
Anyhow, thanks for a nice presentation.
going to conclude about thank you, sir. Loading.
Thank you, Rajendra.
Okay, sir.
Sir. Sudhakar, madam. Yeah, Sudhakar, please.
Sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening to all of you. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening to all of you.
Yeah, please. Good evening.
Myself, Sudhakar, research scholar, under the guidance of Dr. G. Vijayabharati, madam. Today, I am here to present my paper on study on role of technology in higher education in the current scenario. Coming to the introduction, the role of technology in education is immense. The learning process for the students become easier as technology progress. Technologies that are used in schools and colleges, such as having computer labs and using of high-end devices and instruments, make it easy for students to understand the concepts. Technology has the potential to revolutionize the traditional teaching or learning process. It can eliminate the barriers to education imposed by space and time and dramatically expand access to lifelong learning. Then, coming to the need of the study, technology provides students with easy to access information, accelerate learning, and fund opportunities to practice what they learn. Hence, the present study is aptly taken up to understand the role of technology in higher education. Coming to the objectives of my study, first objective is to understand the importance of technology in higher education, and the second objective is to highlight the emerging technologies in higher education. Methodology for my study. The present study aims to understand the importance and emerging technologies in higher education. In the current scenario, the present study proposes to make use of secondary data. The secondary data is congregated mainly from the published and unpublished works on the related topics, journals, newspapers, magazines, and websites, major sources for the secondary information. Importance of technology in higher education. Technology helps in making the learning process more engaging. Students will have in-depth information about the subject. The teacher can employ different learning styles. The technology enhances collaborative interaction between students and teachers. Technology makes education accessible to people in different locations. Virtual learning or distant learning are made possible through technology. Technology simplifies the learning for the teacher, student, and researcher without always visiting libraries. Emerging technologies in higher education, computerized grading, e-textbooks, simulation technology, gamification, flipped classrooms, active learning classrooms, MOOCs are some of emerging technologies in the current scenario. Coming to the conclusion, technology has played a critical role in terms of progress and advancement of learning progress. New technologies continue to emerge and bring with them the promise to reform and revitalize today's higher education system. Education and technology have historically evolved together and will continue to do so. The technologies discussed here have the potential to improve higher education. However, technology alone is insufficient to address the many challenges students and educators face today. New technology is but a part of the broader solution that should include new business models, reforms of the tenure system, greater incentives for teaching, and a variety of other critical changes in the higher education system. Thank you, sir, for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, please. Prashant Bhushan.
Sir, Prashant Bhushan, sir. Prashant Bhushan, kada? Prashant Bhushan. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, sir. Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Yeah. Good evening. Good evening to you.
Yeah, for you it is good morning, I think. Yeah, sir, we are lucky enough to have you, sir, with us.
No, thank you for the invitation. Yeah,
Sir.
so I was listening to the
some of the people who were speaking before me, I think this is a good initiative that you people have started, and it's a very good. It's very good to have these kind of programs which expose the students and even maybe other people who register to these programs to various things that are happening around, especially various. I mean, we use a lot of technologies just like that. Say, for example, we use Uber. Okay, we
Sir,
use,
first let me introduce you, sir, please. Yeah, because people that don't know about you. Dear friends, participants, this is Professor Prashant Bhushan, and the Professor of Management Science, Ivy Professional Business School, University of Western Ontario, Canada. Worked at IIM Bangalore from 2018 to 2022, and a PhD in Decisions, Operations and Technology Management from University of California, Los Angeles. So this is the sir, you have given very brief profile.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, I mean, people who are interested, you can just Google me. That's okay. You will get it. You will get my profile on LinkedIn and I mean, university web pages. Thanks for the introduction. Yeah, so I mean, this is really good to know a lot of things about the technology, especially what it's doing to our lives. Because many of us, even many people at our homes, right? I mean, be it children or be it aged people, okay, they just keep using technology and products of technology without any knowledge about what's going on in the background. Okay, so that's the beauty of it. Till now, technology was more like you should be an engineer or you should be technically oriented to understand what how to use technology. Okay, now with these disruptive technologies, what happens is anyone can use the technologies, okay, without any hindrance or without any knowledge about them. Okay, that's the beauty of it. So, for example, when people were talking about during COVID, and I mean, many people have. See, for example, now we are having this conference, right? This is a disruptive technology. We are doing it on WebEx. Okay, many students, they were doing their schooling on online mode. Okay, as simple as getting your groceries delivered to you. Okay, getting a Uber ride or booking a taxi is also a disruptive, is also technology. But what is disruptive about it? Okay? The disruptive is something like where that takes you to the next level, and it gives you a lot of you know about things. There are many ways of disruptive technology, in the sense like you know things beforehand. That is, you predict things. Okay, once you predict things, you that may or may not happen, right? But you predict it, and then you are prepared beforehand about how to address it. Okay, so while the first is called prescriptive analytics, the second is called predictive analytics. Okay, and these analytics are embedded into the technology. So, for example, many of you would have used Amazon. You would have ordered something online, or you would have ordered food online. Okay. So, suppose we order, we log into Amazon. You and I, we sit side by side, and then log into Amazon or any food app, Swiggy or whatever. Now I see a list of items. Yeah, I see a list of items on my page, and you see another list of items on your page. And why are there two different lists? And has someone thought about it? Of course, if you have, yeah, you would have exercised
some thought, then that list, if you have exercised some thought, then you would realize that that list is tailored to you. Okay, it's something like it's more friendly to you. Okay? Suppose I eat a lot of vegetarian food, then I'll get a lot of vegetarian dishes. Okay, someone eats a lot of non-vegetarian food, they'll get more of non-vegetarian dishes. Okay, I wear a lot of Western wear, then I get a lot of Western t-shirts and jeans on the Amazon webpage. Someone buys a lot of electronic gadgets, then they'll get a lot of cell phones and new models in the. So what is that's going on behind? When the companies, for example, Amazon or food app, whatever, they have used some disruptive technology behind it. They would have used something like machine learning to understand your tastes over time. And as you keep on ordering your items on the app or on the website, that site keeps on learning your taste. Okay. So they keep on learning your taste, and then they keep on, there is a recommender system behind it that shows that, okay, for this person, for this age group, from this state and so on, you show this guy these kind of items. And based on his or her past purchase, past experience that you have given to the vendor, they show you something. Okay, this is one. Now, how do you develop such an engine? Okay, so these days the management education is trying to get these kind of tools into the programs. Okay, the students or I mean the teachers, they should be equipped these kind of basic technical mathematical tools. Okay, or maybe slightly basics of computer science kind of stuff, which they have to be exposed, and they can, and even the students should be able to learn them, because when they are going, I mean, they should be able to understand these kind of things, because this kind of information has value in it. Now you may ask me, what is the value that Amazon will get by showing you a particular set of products? There are multiple things. Okay, first of all, the customer, you'll improve the customer satisfaction and the experience, right? You improve customer satisfaction and experience, and then they are able to purchase it. If you don't show, maybe the customer will miss that product and he or she may not purchase it. So Amazon is losing some revenue there. Now, if you show it, the customer purchases it, the Amazon is gaining that revenue. And not only that, if you know particular tastes, if you know your customer population, okay, there are so many people of this particular taste, there are so many people. So then it could be as simple as that. And this disruptive technology has been used in the past also, not called like this. Say, for example, you go to a particular restaurant or hotel or whatever, an eatery in your city or village, wherever you are. That guy is going to make a particular dish with some particular quantity, right? Say, for example, you take idlis. That guy is going to make so many idlis a day. Now, so much upma or whatever, right? You go to a small eatery. Now you may ask him, why are you making so many idlis? Why not a bit less or high, more? And that guy knows, see, over time I have learned that this is the demand that I'm facing. Okay. He'll say, okay, why have you made so much of so many kilos of upma? Then that guy says, I have learned over time. See, the same thing the system is also doing. Now, that was human intelligence, I learned over time. Now you are asking the system to learn and then act accordingly, which is now called artificial intelligence. Now, why do you, if you have human intelligence, why do you want artificial intelligence? We have so many people, they can think about it, right? Because the sheer volume and size of the problem is very huge. Okay.
it cannot be solved by a human. You need computational power and fast processing to address that. That's the reason why we are looking at computers and artificial intelligence to solve these kind of problems. It's not just the size of the data or the problem, it's also the velocity. Okay, so volume and velocity. Velocity in the sense like it's changing so fast that a human mind cannot think about it. The problem is changing so fast. Suppose I just book a ride on Uber. Now there are 100 cars in the city, and we are booking rides. There are 100 people booking rides. Now, when I book a ride, a particular car is allotted to me. So that car has moved away from that situation where it was from my home to my destination. Now, like that, so many people are using those cars. You see, these 100 cars will be moving so fast based on the demand of the population in the city, across the city. Now, it's surely impossible for a human mind to just see and now quote prices later on to next customers. Like, how much price should I quote? You would have seen, if there are no cars around you, the Uber price will be higher, right? If there are so many cars, maybe the Uber price will come down. Now I can't think about it on hand and dynamically over time, because the problem, I don't know upfront who will go where. So that's the reason why you want to have a disruptive technology there, where when they do some optimization there, saying that, okay, how should they price and so on. There's a pricing mechanism which looks at the current situation and which also predicts what could the demand be and then gives a best price for a particular ride. So for example, yeah, I give you an example. Okay, so when there was COVID, we have so there was a lockdown, and at that time I was in Bangalore working for IIM Bangalore, IIMB. So at that point in time, we did a small project. Okay, the students there and I, we for the government of Karnataka. So what they did was, suddenly there is no conveyance. There are so many migrant workers in the sense like people like who come for construction purposes, who come for as security guards or daily wage laborers and so on. People move from villages to cities, right? So those are migrant workers. The problem with those migrant workers is they don't have proper resources either to cook or to stay. Okay? They don't have houses. They just put some small tents and all that and stay where the construction project is going on and so on. So now when the whole country got locked down, and even the conveyance, transportation, everything was locked. These people could not travel anywhere, and usually these people eat in these Indira canteen and these kind of stuff where food is prepared by government or NGOs and then given to them. Now even those were stopped. Now the question is, how should these people be fed? Okay, neither they can go home, nor when shops are closed, they can't buy groceries. Employment is also not there. They cannot go home. So now these guys have to have food. So now at that point in time, what government did was they said they are going to provide meals to these people. Now this is a difficult problem, because if you know if they are going to give food to people like us who have permanent residence, we know, like, okay, we have an Aadhaar card, or I mean government knows where you are and so on, then it's easy to plan, right? Then they'll say, okay, in this house, this guy is located in so and so road, so and so house number, give food to this guy. Now the problem with these migrant workers is the government doesn't know where they are. They just come in for all purposes. I mean, they may be having their identity cards in their hometowns, So for all practical purposes, the government doesn't know that these people are in the city. Now, how do you feed them? You don't know how many people are where. And this is a geographically, spatially distributed problem. And the demand could be, I mean, in East Bangalore, it may be higher. In South Bangalore, it may be lower. In North Bangalore, it could suddenly come up and so on. So now what they did was they started a helpline, telephone line, where people could call and say that, okay, we need so many meals. We are in this locality. And that helpline, you call for every meal. Okay, today lunch I want, I should call in the morning. Evening dinner I want, I will call in the evening, and so on. Okay. Then they keep on. So the demand is got through these phone number, the helpline. So once the demand is got, now this demand will be varying day to day. No one knows how the demand will be tomorrow, today, and over time you may learn, okay, in South Bangalore, there is more demand and so on. Now, what we have done is we have got demand from this, and now we used clustering, a technique to cluster. I mean, there'll be so many people, right? You can't you can't look at each individual because there'll be thousands of individuals. So for distribution of food, we clustered these based on the demand. We looked at the heat map and we did some clustering. So the whole thing was we had to create a food supply chain overnight. Okay. So where will you cook food? There were so many large kitchens which were unused because of lockdown. These kitchens were like for I mean, large hotels, or there could be large companies, IT companies, which had kitchens like Infosys, I mean, Wipro. They had in-house kitchens, large scale kitchens to cater to this to their employees. Okay, now they were unoccupied and unused because there were no employees coming to office. They were working from home. And now you cook there, and now how do you distribute it? Okay, to distribute them, then you should build a supply chain. See, you just cook in the kitchen and you can't randomly distribute it from there. So then we looked at these a middle layer called cross docking. So food comes there from some kitchen and then it gets packed into different packets, different chunks, and then that particular chunk will be sent to a particular locality. Another particular consignment will be sent to another locality, and so on. Now we looked at a lot of Kalyana Mandapams and schools which were unused because there were of lockdown, there were no functions and other things happening. So the marriage halls were unused. Schools were closed. So government schools and other private schools, they were all, which had a lot of capacity, they were available. So then based on the demand, we chose, I mean, the question is, how do you choose it? We chose some different these facilities, a number of these facilities that can be best used to suit the demands in particular regions of Bangalore. Now, to solve all this, which kitchens you choose, which facilities like schools and marriage halls do you choose for cross-docking and so on, you have to solve a optimization problem. Okay. So and of course, there are different constraints like these volunteers cannot, I mean, the distribution people cannot go all over the city. They should be confined to 5 kilometers in the city. And then we also looked at police boundaries in the city so that it's easier to operate within those. You can take help within the jurisdiction and so on. So there were other constraints. So this happens to be a constraint optimization problem. And then once you fix these two layers, now every day, different quantities of food based on the demand, right, from a particular locality, different quantities of food will come to different facilities in this middle layer for cross-docking, and different quantities of food will be distributed to different areas. Now, for example, suddenly we had Shramik Expresses trains. Then at that point in time, I mean, there was a huge demand at railway station.
Okay, now you had to dynamically change the routing of food and so that you have more demand being catered at railway station. So you have to understand at this point that more demand being catered to railway station means they go from a particular one or two middle marriage halls, which are cross docking stations, and then that means like other demand which has been satisfied by these two uh, this marriage hall should now be diverted to some other marriage hall because of the capacity constraints. Okay. So this is a complicated problem. Now, what I'm saying is it's not all that complicated. It's a very well-laid problem in supply chain. It's called facility location problem. But at the end of the day, it's not trivial problem. You should be able to choose and solve it. And you cannot have a static one day you can't decide, okay, this is the plan I'm going to follow for the entire lockdown, because things are changing over time. That's the velocity that I was saying. There are huge demand. That's the volume part. Velocity is people are leaving the city, so that through Shamik trains, so the demand in the city will come down, right? Suddenly, how many people are leaving from the railway station at that particular point in time? So the demand at railway station is also fluctuating. Okay, and there are other NGOs and other people giving food to these people. So the demand across the city will keep fluctuating. So all these should be taken care of, and for every meal you'll have a different distribution plan, and you should be able to solve it quickly. You can't say that, okay, I need 3 days to solve this problem. So that's the reason why we need computer, and these are the disruptive technologies. Other disruptive technologies could be like what governments are doing. Use mobile phones for farmers' welfare. In agriculture, I think, so we had mobile technology that was used by banking. I mean, it helped us to use the banking. I mean, we can just look our statements, we can transfer money now, like Google Pay. I mean, yeah, all these Paytm and all these things, right? So this is a disruptive technology as well. Now, and payment of wages, payment of your services. And no one is moving out, or even if you're on some other job, you can directly give money to someone, right, and get your works done. Now the government, now this is the advancement that was done in the IT sector, the banking sector. Now the government merged or used this structure, this facility, and then it's using for farmer welfare. Okay, some money could be transferred, subsidies could be transferred over in an electronic manner, right? You need not now, earlier, if you have to see, if you have to get a subsidy or something, I mean, people have to queue up in front of a government agency. Now, money will be credited to your bank account. You just need to have a bank account. The subsidy will be given to you, okay, electronically. You can use it. So there is lower corruption. Okay? There is lower time delays. There is lower, there is lower malpractices. There is, I mean, money is not lost. Accounting is done properly, right? So this is another thing that you can see, another welfare to the society, right? So I mean, first we talked about welfare to companies when we saw like Amazon kind of companies, where how they are using it to make higher profits. Now with COVID example that I showed, even this agriculture farmers welfare example that I talked about, they are good to the society. We are looking at a societal perspective. Okay. So there are many kinds of things like this. Now, what is the future for management education? One thing is so as management students, just when we need not understand at least the technicalities of it. How is this banking software working? I mean, what are the communication of the the handshake signals? All that, that's not required. But the thing is, we should be able to understand what the technology can do and how you can use it to solve a particular managerial problem. That's important. So for that, we should be able to understand what the technology can do, the features of the technology.
okay, the Internet of Things and all these things, right? So how do they talk to each other? And how can they, say, for example, like in a supply chain, when the product is going, the Internet of Things, even I saw an example where Internet of Things were used for to milk cows for milk production. Okay, so there is a agency. You have Internet of Things at particular. I mean, your cow milk should be put at a particular temperature. Once you milk the cow on the farm, organic milk. So you have Internet of Technologies embedded in the sense like it's nothing big. It's a sensor of temperature in that particular milk tank. And whenever this guy goes, I mean, the farmer, the that sensor uses. So they have an app. So he feeds in the temperature, or he just reads the temperature. There's a sensor that's read by the app, and then that is uploaded to the central database. Now it says, okay, farmer A, his milk is at this temperature. Okay, and whenever the temperature goes off, I mean, the power goes off, the sensor will take care, like there's no power supply from this time to this time. So this guy has to just feed in that information, or just like even mechanically, electronically read it. And that information will be fed, and the mobile technology will be used, and it will be sent to the milk central company. And that guy will know, okay, there was a power shutdown or at this particular farmer, so the milk would have gone bad, or the milk is not up to the standard. So he will not pick milk from that guy. Otherwise, like, and even the lactomilk, the milk adulteration, everything can be calculated that way. So now, instead of taking that milk and then having a bad quality milk, this guy will not take that milk. Okay. So now how did he do it? I mean, if you ask the farmer may just say, oh, no, my milk is good. You have to go by his or her word, or you have to go and inspect it. The inspector should go there. Now the inspector is not going there. All that is, it's done by data. They say these should be the operating conditions. Those operating conditions are violated. So the product quality could be bad. So I'm not going to take that product. Okay, there's no person going here to there and all that. It's all about using Internet of Things. So these kind of things should be known, at least like you need not go into the technicalities of it, but they should be known what can be done so that you can solve problems efficiently. Okay, so I think I'm up on time. So I mean, I would like to stop here. Of course, I didn't give any chance for questions or anything, but yeah, so it's good. Thanks for the invitation.
Any questions, sir?
Dear participants,
Any questions?
Sir is from Canada. Already in my introduction about Prashant Bhushan, sir, I have given you that. So, sir is working with the Ivy Business School, University of Western Ontario, Canada. And recently, sir has moved to Canada from IIMB. There, sir has worked for nearly 4 years in the IIMB Bangalore. Sir has a lot of experience, rich experience in the field of decisions and operations and technology management. So even you can ask me, sir, the questions related to this present topic or in the other the fields related to this sir's research, that is operations, technology and supply chain also. If you have any doubts or any queries related to your research, actually within short periods, I approached the sir, and sir has given me the opportunity to participate in this seminar only for the sake of the students and the scholars, not relating to this particular topic first. So if you have any queries on this topic as well as in on the sir's research area, you can pose the questions. Dear students and scholars, if you have any doubts or if any queries, please come out. Okay, sir.
Good. Okay, yeah.
No, the people are not getting ready. Yeah, you can talk. Hello, man. Hello. Moses.
Sir, hi, sir.
Yeah, hi.
Sir, I'm Raghav Reddy. I'm just working in Kadapa, sir. And sir, with your permission, can I have your email ID so that I will be just connected to your LinkedIn, through professional in the professional network
Yeah,
area, sir.
so you just search for my name. I think you should get my LinkedIn profile.
Sir.
Let me just, I'll give you the LinkedIn profile directly.
I'm feeling very happy to meet you today, sir. Like an accidental, I just participated in this program.
I'm
so lucky.
It's my pleasure. No, it's my pleasure, and it's good to meet with new people and.
Yeah.
So my LinkedIn profile is yeah. So I sent the profile on chat. You can just have a look at it.
Yes.
Okay, prashant.ch, Prashant Chintapalli. You can.
Okay, sir. And basically, I'm a person, who worked for almost 10 years in the marketing and 10 years in SAP, sir.
Okay.
And past 8 years, I'm into academics, and I'm going to finish my PhD. Like PhD submission also is over.
Okay, great.
I have MA English Literature and B.Ed and LLB too.
Oh wow. Okay.
In fact, I'm just planning to go some other country, like that's why I may resort to you, sir, like for your help and all for ideas.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, no problem.
Yes, sir. And I feel it's my good day, sir. In fact, to meeting you.
Yeah. No, of course, it's my pleasure. So I think it was you have a wonderful conference or seminar ahead.
Yes.
So I'll take leave then. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Bye,
Yeah.
sir.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Bye.
thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable time.
Sure. Okay. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, remaining participants. Yeah, are there anybody in the queue to present papers?
Yes, sir, we are here, sir.
Yeah, correct. Who is that? What's her name?
Sir, PV Divya and N Kavya.
Very good, Kavya. Have you heard the SAR's message?
Yes, sir.
Present sir message.
Yes, sir, we hear, sir, that message.
Okay, done.
5 minutes.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you can start. You can start, Divya.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. And you have only 5 minutes, Kavya and Divya.
Okay, sir. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries. Today we are here with the major contribution of Shiva Vishnu Mohan Reddy sir. Today we are here in Kavya from 3rd BCom NDCW College and PP Divya from 3rd BCom from NDCW College to present a PPT on the ICT services in higher education, a comparative study of rural and urban degree colleges in Kadapa. The research covers introduction, methodology, results and discussion, and conclusion. The introduction is here. Information and communication technology can be seen as a very important tool that revolves around the spheres of modern world. ICT has now been included as a part of curriculum, has been viewed as a basic skill for students. Many of the teacher training institutions in India and various other departments have started ICT as a core subject. With the emergence of information and communication technology, there has been a fundamental change in every walk of life, ranging from business to governance and administration to education. But
the use of information lags somewhere. So research studies concluded so far that in the area, especially in Kashmir, lack due to insufficient funds, inadequate trained staff to deal with opportunities, and all above indefinitely. The present study is an effective efforts to access the usage of ICT in higher education in the Kadapa district. A total of 10 UG colleges covering both rural and urban degree colleges has been taken as a sample. The ICT services the present study shall refer to a collection of technical tools and resources as under. They are browsing centers, including laptops, computers, and use of internet, television, Nandarshan, radio, EduSat,
digital library, e-sources, audio-video conferencing, distant learning, national knowledge network.
Coming to the methodology now.
Methodology. The present study target is to highlight the differences in the ICT usage between urban and rural colleges in the Kadapa district. A random sampling technique has been adopted for the study to collect the data from the colleges belonging to urban and rural colleges in the YSR Kadapa district. Urban and rural colleges are treated as strats. ICT usage EIQ with some modifications was used to collect the data. Data were collected for 10 affiliated colleges covering urban and rural regions. Reliability and respective statistics are used for the analysis.
Divya,
can you jump to
findings and conclusions, please? Now coming to the result and discussion. The results are as follows in the table. It shows that Cron's batch alpha value 0.888 is greater than 0.7, and hence the 15-item ICT usage model have possessing reliability. And coming to the difference between the urban and rural degree colleges in the ICT usage, the statements are here. The first statement is computer lab. The p-value, which is 0.00, which is less than the critical value, that is 0.05, clearly mentions that there are quite significant differences between the urban degree colleges and rural colleges. So H1, the hypothesis is supported, and the urban colleges possesses supportive computer labs than rural colleges. And the second statement is internet connectivity. The mean of urban colleges, which is 3.35, is greater than rural mean, that is 2.65. Thereby, we can conclude that there are significant changes, significant differences in urban and rural colleges. And urban colleges, they possesses a supportive internet connectivity.
Now we can see smart classrooms. The p-value 0.00, which is less than the critical value of 0.05, denotes that there are significant difference between urban and rural colleges. The mean and standard deviations concerning to this item revealed that for urban colleges, mean value 3.398 is found greater than the value of rural college, that is 3.13. Hence, formulated hypothesis H3 is supported. And then next projectors. The p-value 0.742, which is not less than the critical value of 0.05, denotes that there are no significant difference between urban and rural colleges. Hence, the formulated H4 is not supported in these projectors.
The next statement is college website. The p-value 0.00, which is less than the critical value 0.05, clearly mentions that there are significant differences between the urban and rural degree colleges. And the mean of the urban colleges, which is 3.4, is greater than rural colleges 2.04. So therefore, we can conclude that there are quite differences between the urban and rural degree colleges. Hence, the H5 is supported, and the urban colleges, they possesses a great supportive college websites than rural colleges.
Now we can see sense boards. The p-value 0.00, which is less than the critical value of 0.05, denotes that there are significant difference between urban and rural colleges. The mean and standard deviations concerning to these items revealed that hence here urban colleges have been superior sense boards facilities than rural group respondents.
And coming to the other statement, the p-value, which is 0.00, is less than the critical value 0.05.
Can you go to conclusions? Paper seems to be quite interesting. Can you go to conclusion?
Greater than the rural value 2.19. So we can conclude that the urban colleges, they have greater support of others technologies rather than rural colleges. So hereby we conclude that
the study captured responses of both urban and rural colleges in Kadapa district. A total of 120 responses from 10 colleges covering 5 from rural and 5 from urban. We are analyzed using SPSS. The study resulted that all the ICT dimensions like computer labs, internet connectivity, smart classrooms, projectors, college websites, CCTV coverage, ICT literacy, sense boards, and others.
Thank you, sir, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you,
sir. And
thank you, and congratulations, Divya and Kavya, for your spirited learning and spirited presentation. Congratulations.
Hello, sir. I am Ismail. I am audible, sir.
Ismail.
Yeah, Ismail, can you go ahead with your presentation, please? So you have only 5 minutes. If it is 4, it's good.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
The co-host is
Sir, I am Ismail, and I am the research scholar of Yogi Vemana University under the supervision of Dr. Y. Subbarayadu, sir. And my topic is emerging MBA graduate skills in industry 4.0 and 5.0, role of business analytics in management education. Innovation is one of the watchwords of the 21st century, and training must form part of this revolution to bring it into the line with the demands of an increasingly hyperactive and hyperconnected world. To meet these challenges, technology is an essential ally when promoting a disruptive form of education that puts learning into a new light. Progressive organizations will rely on the personnel who have the capability of linking capacity building with business value by having the expertise of understanding and application of digital technology and managerial ability. India has developed a heterogeneous management culture because of varying size and linkages of the firms. The ways of learning and practicing management need to change in the digital economy, and young Indian managers must learn to work with new business technologies, processes, and structures. A big upgrade is required in India's management learning ecosystem to make Indian companies competitive in the new economy. In this era of disruptive technologies, management education should focus on incorporating analytical courses like business analytics, data visualization for managers, business forecasting, data science using R, big data analytics, and predictive analysis and modeling as a part of curriculum. Also, management education should focus on attracting a great number of technical graduates into a MBA program. Further, some basics of technical courses should be part of curriculum of non-technical undergraduates, enabling them to be accustomed to these disruptive technologies in future. Importance of analytics in business decision should be covered in the courses of management. Such courses give the executives the insights, and as a result, companies get good products in the form of such analysts. Apart from this, a management student should have the cognitive load management skills by which he can filter real-time data. New generation MBA students should have the skills of both logical and database reasoning. MBA graduates need to acquire design thinking skills, which shall build the ability to represent and design tasks and problems. MBA program should move from mere conceptual learning to both contextual and conceptual learning. Curriculum should teach the students on how how to practice lifelong learning. Thank you, sir.
It's of you, Ismail.
Thank you, sir.
Next, anybody on the queue, please?
Ayesha, sir.
Ayesha? Light. Ayesha is there in the queue? So anybody, please? Anybody in the queue? We're going to conclude it.
ఇంకెవరు లేరు సార్. స్టూడెంట్స్ జాయిన్ అయ్యారు మధ్యలో.
Madam, what of them?
మీరు ఇంక్లూడ్ చేయండి సెషన్ ఎలా జరిగింది.
Thinking that, there are nobody in the queue and all the people have presented their papers, we're going for
నేషనల్ అంతం.
the next session, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for sparing your valuable time. Yeah, almost the session has come to an end. All the presenters present well. Nearly 30 papers have come and
50 papers.
50 papers have come, and out of the 50, nearly 30 people have presented their papers, and all the people have covered the nice topics related to this innovative technology or disruptive technologies in relating to the higher education. Almost the 2 sessions were ended in a nice manner by sharing or deliberating the knowledge over this topic. So anyhow, once again, I thank all the participants from different parts of the country, and particularly one participant from the Canada. Actually, it's a national seminar, but unexpectedly, the professor has joined from the Canada, so it became the international seminar. Of course, with one participant also, we can call it as an international seminar. So anyhow, either it may be the national or international, but the seminar went on well, and I thank all the participants and the university authorities who have they given me the opportunity to conduct the seminar and providing me this all technical support and facilities, and the people my colleagues, that is the Dr. P. Sarita, so has been with me from the beginning to ending, and she has given the full support. All the technicalities has been done or supported by this Sarita only. So just yeah, and the remaining faculty members and the head of the department and the dean and my number of my friends or colleagues, they have supported me a lot, and for successfully completing of this seminar, right? So with this, I close this session. So thank you once again. Thank you all, and more particularly, my friend Dr. Raghav Reddy sir. So from the beginning also, so I'm getting support from the beginning to this end of the moment of this seminar. So sir has given me a lot of support and encouragement for in conducting of this seminar. So once again, sir, I thank you for sparing your valuable time also, right? So thank you all, right? So I'm closing this session.
I request all the paper presenters to please fill the attendance link which is posted in chat box. Those who are presented their papers only will get e-certificates. Thank you all. Sir? National ఉంది సార్ సార్. Anthem.
Please stand up.
Thank you all.